Hi friends. If you're enjoying my videos, please hit the like button. It helps the YouTube algorithm notice me. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy the story. I was 19 when our family decided to adopt a dog from the local animal shelter. It was the spring of 2019 and I had just finished my first year of community college, feeling restless and uncertain about my future. The dog we brought home was a golden retriever mix named Penny, though her coat was more cream-colored than truly golden. She had these expressive brown eyes that seemed to understand everything you said to her, and an energy level that could exhaust a marathon runner. Our house sat on the outskirts of Millfield, a town so small it barely qualified for a dot on most maps. With a population hovering around 800 people, everyone knew everyone else's business, and privacy was a luxury few could afford. The nearest city was over an hour's drive away, which meant entertainment options were limited to what nature could provide. Fortunately, our property backed up to thousands of acres of state forest land, creating an endless playground for a restless college student and an energetic dog. Those first few weeks with Penny were a revelation. She had this insatiable need to explore, to sniff every tree trunk, investigate every rustling bush, and chase every squirrel that dared cross her path. Her enthusiasm was infectious, and I found myself looking forward to our daily walks more than I had anticipated. What started as simple 30-minute strolls around our neighborhood quickly evolved into hour-long expeditions into the surrounding woodlands. The forest behind our house was a mixture of hardwood and pine, with well-worn deer trails crisscrossing through the undergrowth. During those early explorations, I stuck to the obvious paths, the ones that showed clear signs of regular use by both animals and the occasional human visitor. Penny would trot ahead of me, her tail wagging constantly, occasionally doubling back to make sure I was keeping up with her pace. My parents were supportive of these hiking adventures, especially my mother, who worried that I spent too much time indoors playing video games and browsing social media. "Fresh air and exercise," she would say. "That's what you both need." She wasn't wrong. Those walks became a daily ritual that I genuinely craved, a break from the suffocating routine of small-town life and the pressure of figuring out what to do with my future. As weeks turned into months, I began to notice changes in both Penny and myself. She became more confident in the woods, her initial cautious exploration giving way to bold investigation of every interesting scent or sound. I, meanwhile, found myself becoming more attuned to the forest's rhythms, learning to identify different bird calls, recognizing the signs of various animals that called these woods home, and developing an almost instinctive sense of direction among the trees. The regular trails we followed were pleasant enough, winding through stands of oak and maple, crossing small creeks via fallen logs or makeshift bridges, and occasionally opening up into small clearings where wildflowers bloomed in season. But after months of following the same routes, I began to feel a familiar restlessness creeping in. The trails that had once seemed like gateways to adventure now felt routine, predictable, even boring. Penny seemed to sense my growing dissatisfaction with our usual routes. She would pause at familiar trail junctions, looking back at me with what I swear was disappointment when I chose the same path we had walked dozens of times before. It was as if she was asking, "Aren't we going to try something new today?" Her silent reproach finally convinced me that it was time to venture beyond our comfortable boundaries. The decision to leave the established trails wasn't made lightly. I had grown up hearing stories about people who got lost in these woods, sometimes for days, before search and rescue teams could locate them. The forest was vast, with thousands of acres stretching in every direction, and it was easy to become disoriented among trees that all looked remarkably similar. But I was confident in my growing familiarity with the area, and I always carried a compass and my cell phone, though service was spotty at best in the deeper parts of the forest. Our first off-trail adventure was modest, a short detour from one of our regular paths to investigate what looked like an old logging road. The road had been reclaimed by nature years ago, but the route was still visible as a slight depression in the forest floor, marked by trees that were noticeably younger than their surroundings. Penny loved this new territory, her excitement obvious as she bounded ahead, nose to the ground, following scent trails that were invisible to me. That first successful deviation from our routine opened up a world of possibilities. Over the following weeks, we began exploring old logging roads, abandoned trails, and game paths that led deeper into the forest than I had ever ventured. We discovered hidden clearings where deer had bedded down, leaving circular impressions in the tall grass. We found streams that weren't marked on any map I had seen, crystal clear water flowing over smooth stones and creating tiny waterfalls that sparkled in the filtered sunlight. Each new discovery fueled my growing obsession with exploration. I started researching the history of our local forest, learning about the logging operations that had once dominated the area, the old homesteads that had been abandoned when the timber played out, and the network of roads and trails that had connected these remote settlements to the outside world. Much of this infrastructure still existed, hidden beneath decades of new growth, but still navigable for those willing to push through the undergrowth. Penny thrived on these adventures, her confidence growing with each successful expedition. She developed an uncanny ability to navigate through the forest, often leading me along paths that I wouldn't have noticed on my own. Sometimes I wondered if she could sense things that were beyond my perception, the way she would suddenly change direction or pause to examine something that looked perfectly ordinary to me. As summer progressed, our hiking adventures became longer and more ambitious. We would set out early in the morning, when the air was still cool and the forest was alive with birdsong, and wouldn't return home until late afternoon, both of us tired but satisfied with our discoveries. I began carrying a small backpack with water, snacks, and a basic first aid kit, treating these expeditions with the seriousness they deserved. The forest was revealing its secrets to us, one hidden trail at a time. We found abandoned deer stands, their wooden platforms weathered and overgrown with vines. We discovered old stone foundations, probably the remains of cabins or outbuildings from the area's logging days. In one memorable expedition, we stumbled across what appeared to be an old cemetery, its handful of weathered headstones barely visible among the encroaching vegetation. But it was during one of our longer explorations on a humid day in late August that we made the discovery that would change everything. The morning of August 28, 2019, started like many others that summer. I woke before dawn, eager to beat the heat that had been building steadily over the past week. The weather forecast called for temperatures in the low 90s, with humidity levels that would make the air feel thick and oppressive by midday. If we were going to have a successful hiking adventure, we needed to get an early start. Penny was already awake when I padded into the kitchen, her internal clock apparently synchronized with my hiking schedule. She watched me prepare our usual supplies, 2 bottles of water, a handful of granola bars, some jerky for protein, and a small bag of treats for her. I had learned from experience that these longer expeditions required more preparation than our early neighborhood walks. By 6:30, we were heading out the back door and into the forest. The air was still relatively cool, carrying the scent of pine needles and morning dew. Birds were active in the canopy above us, their calls echoing through the trees as they went about their early morning routines. Penny trotted ahead of me with her usual enthusiasm, occasionally pausing to investigate an interesting scent before hurrying to catch up. Our destination that morning was a section of the forest we had spotted from a ridge during our previous expedition, but hadn't yet explored. It lay beyond a series of low hills in what appeared to be a natural depression that held a different type of vegetation than the surrounding areas. From our distant vantage point, it had looked like a mixture of hardwood and evergreen trees, with what might have been water reflecting light somewhere in the center. The hike to reach this unexplored area took us through familiar territory for the first hour, following one of our established off-trail routes through a series of old logging cuts. The forest floor here was relatively open, with most of the undergrowth cleared years ago when the trees were harvested. Young pines had grown up in the spaces between the older hardwoods, creating a mixed canopy that filtered the morning light into a soft, green-tinted glow. As we crested the first of the low hills, the character of the forest began to change. The trees grew closer together, their trunks thicker and older than what we had been walking through. The undergrowth became denser, forcing us to push through tangles of berry bushes and young saplings. Penny had to work harder to find clear paths, sometimes disappearing into the vegetation before emerging several yards ahead of me. The second hill was steeper and more challenging, its slope covered with loose rocks and fallen logs that made footing treacherous. I found myself grabbing onto tree trunks for support, my hiking boots slipping on the damp leaves that carpeted the forest floor. Penny, with her four-legged advantage, managed the climb much more easily, though I noticed she was panting more heavily than usual despite the relatively cool morning air. From the top of the second hill, we could see our destination more clearly. The depression in the forest floor was larger than it had appeared from a distance, probably covering several acres. The vegetation was indeed different here, with more evergreen trees and what looked like areas of wetland scattered throughout. Most intriguingly, there were several open spaces that might have been clearings or possibly bodies of water, though the distance and the angle made it difficult to tell for certain. The descent into this hidden valley was steep and required careful navigation. The soil was different here, darker and more organic, as if water regularly collected in this area during heavy rains. The trees were older too, some of them massive specimens that must have escaped the logging operations that had claimed most of their brethren. Their canopy was so thick that very little sunlight reached the forest floor, creating a twilight atmosphere even though it was still mid-morning. Penny's behavior began to change as we descended into the valley. Her usual eager exploration became more cautious, more deliberate. She would pause frequently, raising her nose to test the air, her ears rotating to catch sounds that were beyond my hearing. Several times she looked back at me with what I interpreted as uncertainty, as if she was asking whether we should continue. The air in the valley felt different. It was cooler, which was welcome given the rising temperature, but it also felt heavier, more humid. There was a smell too, not unpleasant exactly, but earthy and organic in a way that reminded me of compost or rotting vegetation. The sounds were different as well. The bird calls that had been constant throughout our hike grew sporadic, and there was an underlying silence that felt unnatural in a forest that should have been teeming with life. As we pushed deeper into the valley, we encountered our first area of wetland. It wasn't quite a swamp, but the ground was soft and spongy underfoot, with standing water visible in the low spots. Cattails and other wetland plants grew in thick clusters, and I could hear the sound of water moving somewhere ahead of us, though I couldn't see its source. Penny picked her way carefully through this area, her paws making soft squelching sounds in the muddy ground. The evergreen trees became more dominant as we continued, their needle-covered branches creating an almost tunnel-like effect over what appeared to be an old trail. The path was barely visible, more of a game trail than anything humans had created, but it seemed to lead in the direction we wanted to go. The pine needles underfoot muffled our steps, making our passage almost silent except for the occasional crack of a dead branch or the rustle of vegetation as we pushed through denser areas. After nearly an hour of careful navigation through this changing landscape, we finally reached what appeared to be the center of the valley. The trees opened up slightly, revealing a roughly circular clearing perhaps 50 yards across. The ground here was covered with a thick carpet of pine needles and decomposing leaves, creating a soft surface that felt almost spongy underfoot. But what immediately caught my attention wasn't the clearing itself, but what lay at its far edge. There, nestled between the massive trunks of several ancient pine trees, was a body of water unlike anything I had seen in our months of forest exploration. It wasn't the kind of clear, babbling creek or small pond that we had encountered elsewhere. This was something altogether different, something that made me stop in my tracks and stare. The water was perfectly dark, so dark that it seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. The surface was absolutely still, without even the slightest ripple to disturb its mirror-like appearance. It was roughly oval in shape, perhaps 60 or 70 feet at its widest point, and extended back into the shadows between the trees far enough that I couldn't see its far shore. But what really captured my attention, what made me stand there staring despite Penny's obvious discomfort, was the single dead tree that stood in the center of the dark water. It wasn't a fallen log or a piece of debris that had somehow ended up there. This was a tree that had apparently grown in that spot, died, and remained standing even as the water level around it rose. Its pale, leafless branches reached up toward the canopy like gnarled fingers, creating a stark silhouette against the dark water. There was something almost hypnotic about the scene. The contrast between the perfectly still, dark water and the skeletal tree created an image that seemed more like something from a dream than a real place hidden in the forest. I found myself drawn toward the water's edge, my feet moving almost without conscious direction. It was then that I noticed Penny's reaction, and it was unlike anything I had seen from her during all our months of hiking together. Penny had stopped moving entirely, her body rigid with a tension I had never seen before. She stood about 10 feet behind me, her legs slightly spread as if bracing herself against some invisible force. Her ears were pinned back against her head, and her tail, usually wagging or at least relaxed, was tucked tightly between her legs. But most disturbing of all was the sound she was making. A low, continuous whine that seemed to come from deep in her throat, a sound of pure distress. I turned away from the dark pond to look at her more closely. "What's wrong, girl?" I asked, using the gentle tone that usually calmed her when she was anxious. But instead of responding to my voice, she took several steps backward, never taking her eyes off the water behind me. Her whining grew more intense, and I could see that her whole body was trembling. In all the months we had been hiking together, through encounters with wild animals, thunderstorms, and challenging terrain, I had never seen Penny react this way to anything. She was typically a brave, confident dog who approached new experiences with curiosity rather than fear. Even when we had stumbled across that old cemetery with its weathered headstones, she had investigated it with interest rather than anxiety. But this was different. Every instinct she possessed seemed to be telling her that we needed to leave this place immediately. I looked back at the pond, trying to see it through her senses, to understand what had triggered such an extreme reaction. The dark water remained perfectly still, its surface like black glass reflecting the canopy above. The dead tree in its center stood exactly as it had when we first arrived, its bare branches reaching toward the sky. Nothing had changed, nothing had moved, and yet Penny's distress was escalating by the minute. "It's okay," I said, taking a step toward her. "It's just water. Probably a natural spring or something." But even as I spoke the words, I felt uncertain about them. There was something about this place that didn't feel entirely natural, though I couldn't articulate what it was. Penny backed away further as I approached, her whining now mixed with short, sharp barks that echoed strangely in the clearing. The sound seemed to be absorbed by the surrounding trees and the dark water, creating an odd, muffled effect that made the bark sound distorted and unnatural. She was trying to tell me something, trying to communicate an urgency that went beyond her usual canine concerns. I knelt down and extended my hand toward her, using body language that usually reassured her when she was nervous. "Come here, Penny. It's all right." But she wouldn't come closer. Instead, she took several more steps backward, putting increasing distance between herself and both me and the pond. Her behavior was so unprecedented that I began to wonder if there might be a more practical explanation. Perhaps she could smell something I couldn't detect, some chemical contamination in the water that her more sensitive nose had picked up. Or maybe there was a dead animal somewhere nearby, decomposing in a way that created scents alarming to a dog but undetectable to humans. I stood up and walked slowly around the perimeter of the clearing, staying well back from the water's edge, but trying to get a better sense of the area. The pine needles and decomposing leaves underfoot were thick enough to muffle most sounds, but I could hear my own footsteps clearly enough. There were no obvious signs of dead animals, no overwhelming scents beyond the earthy, organic smell I had noticed when we first entered the valley. The trees surrounding the pond were ancient specimens, their trunks thick enough that it would take 3 or 4 people holding hands to encircle them. Their bark was deeply furrowed and covered with patches of moss and lichen. Some of them showed scars from old lightning strikes or storms, but they appeared healthy despite their age. There was nothing obviously threatening about the forest around us. But Penny's reaction continued to escalate. Her whining had become almost continuous now, punctuated by sharp barks that sounded increasingly desperate. She had backed up almost to the edge of the clearing, positioning herself near what appeared to be the clearest route back the way we had come. Her message was clear. She wanted to leave, and she wanted to leave now. I had learned to trust Penny's instincts during our months of hiking together. She had warned me about unstable footing on steep slopes, alerted me to the presence of wild animals before I had seen or heard them myself, and guided us away from areas that might have been dangerous for reasons I didn't understand. Her senses were far more acute than mine, and her survival instincts were undoubtedly better developed. But despite her obvious distress, I found myself reluctant to leave. There was something about this place that fascinated me, something that drew me back toward the dark water despite the rational part of my brain that said I should listen to my dog's warnings. The pond was unlike anything I had seen before, and the opportunity to explore it might not come again. I compromised by moving closer to the water's edge while keeping one eye on Penny's reaction. The ground near the pond was soft and muddy, my boots sinking slightly with each step. The mud had an odd consistency, almost clay-like, and it made a soft sucking sound as I lifted my feet. The closer I got to the water, the more unstable the ground became, until I was standing on what felt like a thin crust over much softer material beneath. From this closer vantage point, I could see that the water was not completely opaque. There were depths visible beneath the dark surface, though they quickly faded to black just a few feet down. The dead tree in the center was more impressive up close, its trunk easily 3 feet in diameter, and its branches spreading in complex patterns that created intricate shadows on the water's surface. But what struck me most was the absolute stillness of the water. Even with a slight breeze moving through the canopy above, the surface remained perfectly smooth. There were no insects skimming across it, no fish jumping, no signs of the life that should have been present in any natural body of water. It was as if the pond was somehow separate from the ecosystem around it, untouched by the normal cycles of forest life. Penny's barking became more frantic, and when I looked back at her, I saw that she had moved even further away from me. She was now at the very edge of the clearing, partially hidden behind one of the large pine trees. Her distress was so obvious that I felt guilty for not responding to her warnings immediately. "All right, girl," I called to her. "We'll go in a minute. Just let me take a quick look around." But as I spoke those words, something happened that changed everything. The perfectly still surface of the dark water was disturbed by a single small ripple that spread outward from somewhere near the base of the dead tree. It was subtle, barely visible, but in water that had been absolutely motionless, it was as obvious as a scream. I froze, staring at the spot where the ripple had originated. There was no wind strong enough to create such a disturbance, no falling leaves or debris that could have broken the surface tension. The ripple had come from beneath the water, something moving in the depths that I couldn't see. As I watched, transfixed, another ripple appeared, this one slightly larger and originating from a different location. Then another, and another, until the surface of the pond was marked by a series of concentric circles that overlapped and interfered with each other in complex patterns. Penny's barking reached a pitch that was almost painful to hear, a sound of pure terror that cut through the forest air like a siren. She was no longer just warning me. She was pleading with me to move, to get away from whatever was creating those ripples in the dark water. But I couldn't move. I stood there, ankle deep in the muddy ground at the pond's edge, watching the disturbances in the water multiply and grow stronger. The rational part of my mind offered explanations. Fish, though I had seen no signs of aquatic life, bubbles from decomposing organic matter on the bottom. Even small underground springs that might create currents in the water. But none of those explanations felt adequate as I watched the pattern of ripples become more complex, more organized, as if something large was moving purposefully beneath the surface. The dead tree in the center began to sway slightly, its branches creaking in a way that suggested the water around its base was being disturbed by something substantial. It was then, as I stood there mesmerized by the increasingly active water, that I noticed something that made my heart race. One of the larger ripples was moving in my direction, crossing the pond in a straight line that would bring it to the exact spot where I was standing. The ripple approaching me moved with a deliberate purpose that defied any natural explanation I could conjure. It wasn't the random disturbance of fish or the gentle spread of bubbles rising from decomposing matter. This was something large, something directed, something that seemed to have noticed my presence at the water's edge and was coming to investigate. I wanted to step back, every rational instinct screaming at me to retreat to safer ground, but my feet seemed rooted in the muddy soil. The approaching disturbance created a wake in the dark water, a V-shaped pattern that grew wider as it drew closer. Whatever was causing it had to be substantial, far larger than any fish that should have inhabited a forest pond. Penny's desperate barking had become a continuous sound of alarm, but it seemed to come from very far away despite her proximity. My attention was completely focused on the water, on the approaching ripple that was now only 20 feet from shore. The wake it created disturbed the reflection of the dead tree, breaking the skeletal branches into fragmented pieces that danced across the surface. 15 feet. 10 feet. The disturbance was slowing now, as if whatever created it was approaching more cautiously. The water just offshore from where I stood began to darken further, if such a thing was possible. What had been black as night seemed to deepen to an even more profound darkness, as if something large was rising from the depths. I found my voice and took a stumbling step backward, my boot making a loud sucking sound as I pulled it free from the mud. The noise seemed to echo across the water, and in response, the approaching disturbance stopped entirely. The pond returned to its mirror-like stillness so abruptly that I wondered if I had imagined the entire episode. But I hadn't imagined it. The evidence was still visible in the pattern of waves that lapped gently against the muddy shore. The only sound in a forest that had become unnaturally quiet. Even Penny had stopped barking, though when I glanced back at her, I could see that she remained rigid with terror, her eyes fixed on the water behind me. I took another step backward, then another, my eyes never leaving the surface of the pond. The stillness that had returned seemed different now, charged with potential energy, as if the water was holding its breath. The dead tree in the center swayed slightly in a breeze that I couldn't feel, its branches creating soft creaking sounds that carried clearly across the water. It was as I was taking my fourth or fifth step backward that it happened. The thing I had been both dreading and anticipating, the moment that would haunt my dreams for months to come. Something broke the surface of the water. It wasn't dramatic or sudden. There was no splash, no violent eruption from the depths. Instead, something pale simply appeared above the waterline, so smoothly and quietly that it took several seconds for my brain to process what I was seeing. At first, it looked like a piece of driftwood or maybe a dead fish floating belly up. But as I stared, frozen in place, the shape became more defined, more recognizable, more terrifying. It was roughly oval, about the size of a dinner plate, and it was positioned near the base of the dead tree where the approaching ripple had originated. The color was wrong for anything that should have been in forest water. Instead of the browns and greens of natural organic matter, this was a pale, sickly white, like something that had been submerged for far too long. The surface appeared smooth, but seemed to shimmer slightly, as if covered by a thin film of some kind. As I watched, paralyzed by a mixture of fascination and growing horror, the pale shape began to rotate slowly in the water. What had appeared to be a simple oval revealed itself to have more complex contours, ridges, and depressions that caught the filtered light in unsettling ways. There were darker spots visible on the surface, arranged in a pattern that my mind struggled to interpret. It was Penny's renewed barking that finally broke the spell. Her voice cut through my trance like a physical blow, reminding me that I was standing in an increasingly dangerous situation. The pale thing in the water had stopped rotating and was now oriented directly toward me, as if it had somehow detected my presence and was studying me in return. I stumbled backward more quickly now, my rational mind finally overriding the horrible fascination that had kept me frozen at the water's edge. The ground became more stable as I moved away from the pond, my footing more secure on the thick carpet of pine needles that covered the clearing. But even as I retreated, I couldn't stop looking back at the water. The pale shape remained visible just below the surface, maintaining its orientation toward my position. As the distance between us increased, I could see that it was larger than I had initially thought, extending several feet in each direction. The darker spots on its surface were arranged in a pattern that looked almost like... I forced myself to stop that line of thinking. Whatever I was seeing, whatever had risen from the depths of that dark pond, I didn't want to examine it too closely. Some knowledge was too dangerous, some sights too disturbing to contemplate fully. Penny was already moving toward the edge of the clearing when I reached her position. She pressed against my legs for a moment, as if reassuring herself that I was still there, then immediately began leading the way back toward the trail we had followed into the valley. Her message was clear. We were leaving, and we were leaving now. I followed her gratefully, casting one final look back at the pond as we reached the tree line. The pale shape was still visible in the water, still oriented in our direction. But now there were others. 3 or 4 similar forms had appeared near the dead tree, all of them maintaining the same unsettling focus on our retreat. The hike back through the valley seemed to take forever. Every sound made me jump. Every movement in the peripheral vision made me spin around to check behind us. Penny led us unerringly back along the route we had taken, her usually enthusiastic exploration replaced by a focused determination to put distance between us and the dark pond. The climb out of the valley was harder than the descent had been, made more difficult by my frequent looks over my shoulder and the adrenaline that was making my hands shake. By the time we reached the ridge that overlooked the depression, both of us were breathing heavily, though from exertion or fear, I couldn't say. From our elevated position, I could see back down into the valley, though the thick canopy made it impossible to locate the pond among the trees. The entire area looked peaceful and ordinary from this distance, showing no signs of the disturbing discovery we had made. If I hadn't experienced it myself, I would never have believed that such a place existed in our familiar forest. The remainder of our hike home was completed in relative silence, both of us lost in our own thoughts. Penny stayed closer to me than usual, occasionally looking back the way we had come as if checking to make sure we weren't being followed. Her behavior remained subdued even after we emerged from the forest and could see our house in the distance. It wasn't until we were safely inside, with the door locked behind us, that I began to process what we had experienced. I sat at the kitchen table with a glass of water, trying to make sense of what I had seen in that dark pond. Penny lay at my feet, still showing signs of stress, her breathing more rapid than normal and her ears constantly moving as she monitored sounds from outside. The rational explanations I had considered while standing at the water's edge seemed inadequate now. Dead fish didn't orient themselves toward observers. Decomposing organic matter didn't rise to the surface in organized patterns. And nothing natural should have been able to create the sense of focused attention I had felt coming from those pale shapes in the water. But if natural explanations were insufficient, what did that leave? The alternative possibilities were even more disturbing, touching on things that rational people didn't believe in, things that belonged in horror movies rather than the real world. I spent the rest of that day trying to convince myself that I had imagined or misinterpreted what we had seen. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. Something was in that pond. Something that didn't belong in any forest ecosystem I had ever heard of. And worse still, whatever it was had been aware of our presence, had watched us, had perhaps even followed us to the water's edge. As night fell and I prepared for bed, I made a decision. We wouldn't be returning to that part of the forest. There were plenty of other areas to explore, other trails to follow. The dark pond and whatever inhabited it could remain undisturbed, a secret that Penny and I would keep to ourselves. But even as I made that resolution, I knew it wouldn't be that simple. The memory of those pale shapes in the dark water, their unsettling focus and apparent intelligence, had lodged itself in my mind like a splinter. I would think about them when I was trying to fall asleep, wonder about them during quiet moments, and feel drawn back to that hidden valley despite every rational instinct telling me to stay away. The dark pond had become an obsession, and obsessions, I was about to learn, have a way of drawing us back whether we want to go or not. That first night after our encounter at the pond, I barely managed to get any rest at all. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those pale shapes floating just beneath the dark surface, their unknown forms oriented toward me with what felt like malevolent attention. When I finally did drift off, my dreams were filled with images of murky water and reaching branches, of things moving in the depths that I couldn't quite see clearly. I woke repeatedly throughout the night, sometimes from dreams so vivid they felt real, other times simply because my mind refused to quiet itself. During those wakeful hours, I found myself analyzing every detail of what we had experienced, trying to construct rational explanations for what we had seen. But each attempt at logical reasoning eventually collapsed under the weight of what I knew to be true. Penny seemed to be having similar difficulties. She paced restlessly through the house, occasionally whining softly as she stared out windows that faced the direction of the forest. When she finally settled down, it was on the floor next to my bed, rather than in her usual spot in the living room. Even in sleep, she remained alert, her ears twitching at sounds that I couldn't detect. The next morning brought no relief from the obsessive thoughts that had plagued me through the night. Over breakfast, I found myself sketching the layout of the clearing, trying to capture the relative positions of the trees, the shape of the pond, and the location where those pale forms had appeared. The act of drawing helped me organize my memories, but it also made the experience feel more real, more undeniable. My parents noticed my distracted state but attributed it to the usual concerns of a college student facing an uncertain future. When my mother asked about our hike the previous day, I gave a vague response about exploring new areas of the forest. I wasn't ready to share what we had discovered, partly because I wasn't sure they would believe me, and partly because talking about it would make it feel even more real. Over the following days, I tried to maintain our normal hiking routine, but both Penny and I seemed reluctant to venture far from familiar trails. We stuck to the well-known paths, the areas we had explored many times before, avoiding any routes that might lead us back toward that hidden valley. But even on these familiar walks, I found myself constantly scanning the forest, looking for signs of anything unusual or out of place. The obsession grew stronger rather than weaker as time passed. During quiet moments at home, I would find myself researching local history, looking for any mention of unusual bodies of water in our area. I searched online forums dedicated to local hiking and outdoor activities, hoping to find someone else who had discovered the same pond and could provide some explanation for what we had experienced. But my searches turned up nothing. There were no reports of dark ponds in our section of the forest, no mentions of unusual wildlife or strange phenomena. Either no one else had found the place we had discovered, or if they had, they weren't talking about it publicly. The latter possibility was almost as disturbing as the former. A week passed, then two, and still the memory of that dark water haunted my thoughts. I began to avoid hiking altogether, making excuses when Penny showed signs of wanting to go out for our usual adventures. She seemed to understand my reluctance and didn't push the issue, but I could see the disappointment in her eyes. Our daily expeditions had been as important to her as they were to me, and my withdrawal from them was affecting her mood and energy level. It was during the third week after our encounter that I made a decision that I knew was probably unwise but felt inevitable. I had to go back. The not knowing was worse than whatever we might face by returning to the pond. The constant speculation, the endless questions without answers, the way the memory had taken up residence in my mind like an unwelcome guest, it all had to end. I planned the return trip carefully, bringing more supplies than usual, extra water, emergency food, a fully charged cell phone, though I doubted there would be service in that remote valley, and even a waterproof flashlight in case we ended up staying later than planned. I also brought a camera, an old digital model that my father had given me years earlier. If I was going to investigate this mystery properly, I needed documentation. Penny seemed to sense my intention before I announced it. As I gathered my hiking gear, she retreated to a corner of the living room and watched me with what I could only describe as resigned dread. She knew where we were going, and she clearly didn't want to make the journey. But she also understood that I was determined to go with or without her, and her loyalty wouldn't allow her to let me face whatever waited in that valley alone. The hike back to the hidden pond took longer than our first trip, partly because I was being more careful about marking our route, and partly because both Penny and I were moving more cautiously. As we descended into the valley, I could feel the same oppressive atmosphere that had been present during our first visit. The air was heavy and still, the sounds of forest life muted and subdued. When we finally reached the clearing, everything appeared exactly as we had left it. The dark water was mirror still, the dead tree stood sentinel in its center, and the thick carpet of pine needles showed no signs of disturbance since our last visit. But something felt different, charged with an energy that made the hair on my arms stand up. Penny refused to enter the clearing, positioning herself at its edge where she had a clear escape route. I couldn't blame her for her caution, but I had come too far to turn back now. I approached the water's edge more slowly this time, my camera ready and my senses alert for any sign of movement beneath the surface. For several minutes, nothing happened. The pond remained still and dark, showing no trace of the disturbances we had witnessed during our first visit. I began to wonder if the entire experience had been some kind of hallucination, a shared moment of panic that had caused us both to imagine things that weren't really there. But then, just as I was beginning to doubt my own memories, something moved in the water near the dead tree. It was subtle at first, just a slight darkening in an area that was already nearly black. But as I watched through the camera's viewfinder, the disturbance grew more pronounced. The pale shape that emerged this time was different from what I remembered. It was larger, more clearly defined, and it broke the surface with a confidence that suggested it was no longer hiding from observation. As I watched, transfixed, it was joined by others, until there were at least half a dozen pale forms visible in the dark water. They were arranged in a rough circle around the base of the dead tree, and they were all oriented toward me. There was no question now about their awareness of my presence. Whatever these things were, they were watching me with the same intensity that I was watching them. I raised my camera and began taking pictures, the digital clicks sounding unnaturally loud in the silent clearing. Through the viewfinder, I could see details that weren't visible to my naked eye. The pale shapes had textures and contours that were disturbingly organic, surfaces that seemed to ripple and shift even as I watched. But it was when I lowered the camera to check the images I had captured that I received the shock that would send me running from that place once again. The camera's LCD screen showed the clearing, the dark water, and the dead tree in perfect detail. But the pale shapes that I could clearly see floating in the pond were completely absent from the photographs. According to my camera, the water was empty. I stared at the camera's display screen in disbelief, scrolling through the images I had just taken. Each photograph showed the same thing: a dark, still pond with a dead tree in its center, surrounded by ancient pines in a shadowy clearing. The composition was perfect, the lighting adequate, the focus sharp. But the pale shapes that were clearly visible to my eyes were nowhere to be found in the digital images. I looked up from the camera to confirm what I was seeing. The forms were still there, floating in their rough circle around the base of the dead tree, their surfaces catching what little light filtered through the canopy. They seemed more solid now, more present, as if my return to this place had somehow strengthened their ability to manifest. But when I looked back at the camera, they remained absent from every image. I tried adjusting the camera settings, switching from automatic to manual mode, changing the flash settings, even altering the white balance in case some unusual lighting condition was affecting the sensor. Nothing worked. No matter how I configured the camera, no matter what angle I shot from, the photographs showed only empty water where I could clearly see those pale, watching forms. The implications were deeply disturbing. Either there was something wrong with my perception, some kind of hallucination or optical illusion that was causing me to see things that weren't really there, or there was something present in the water that existed outside the normal spectrum of light that cameras could detect. Neither possibility was comforting. I decided to try a different approach. Instead of photographing the water directly, I began documenting everything else about the location. I took wide shots of the entire clearing, close-ups of the unusual vegetation, detailed images of the dead trees' branches and bark patterns. If I couldn't capture evidence of what was in the water, at least I could prove that this place existed. But even these seemingly straightforward photographs revealed anomalies. The dead tree, which appeared to be standing vertically in the center of the pond, showed up in the images as tilted at an impossible angle, as if it was leaning far to one side despite clearly standing upright to my eyes. The water level in the photographs appeared to be several feet lower than what I could observe directly, exposing muddy banks that weren't visible in reality. Most disturbing of all, when I photographed the clearing from different angles, the relative positions of the trees seemed to shift in ways that defied perspective. A large pine that appeared to be on my left in one image would show up on my right in the next, despite the fact that I had moved only a few steps between shots. Penny's distress was escalating again, her whining becoming more urgent as I continued my photographic documentation. She had backed away from the clearing entirely and was now positioned well into the tree line, ready to bolt at the first sign of real danger. Her behavior suggested that whatever was happening here was getting worse, not better. I tried taking pictures of Penny herself, hoping that at least those images would appear normal. But even photographs of my own dog came out strangely distorted. Her proportions seemed wrong, her features subtly altered in ways that made her look like a different animal altogether. In one particularly unsettling image, her eyes appeared to be reflecting light even though there was no flash, giving them an unnatural, almost luminous quality. The pale shapes in the water had begun to move more actively, creating gentle ripples that spread outward in complex patterns. But these disturbances, like the forms that created them, were invisible to the camera. The water appeared perfectly still in every photograph, even when I could clearly see its surface being disturbed by the movement of the watching entities. I forced myself to move closer to the water's edge, despite every instinct screaming at me to retreat. If the camera couldn't capture what was in the pond, perhaps I could observe details that would help me understand what I was dealing with. The muddy ground at the water's edge was treacherous, and I had to be careful not to lose my footing as I approached. From this closer vantage point, I could see that the pale shapes weren't floating on the surface as I had initially thought. They were suspended just beneath it, perhaps 6 inches or a foot down, but clearly visible through the dark water. They had a translucent quality that allowed me to see suggestions of internal structure, dark spots, and lines that might have been organs or vessels of some kind. As I watched, one of the forms began to rise higher in the water, approaching the surface with deliberate slowness. The water above it began to bulge upward, creating a dome-like distortion that grew more pronounced as the thing beneath drew closer to breaking through. I raised my camera instinctively, knowing it wouldn't capture anything but needing to try anyway. The surface tension finally broke, and a portion of the pale form emerged into the air above the water. What I saw in that moment defied every rational explanation I had tried to construct over the past 3 weeks. The thing that rose from the dark pond was organic but wrong, familiar in its general shape, but disturbing in its details. It looked like a face. Not a human face exactly, but something that shared enough characteristics with human features to be recognizable while remaining utterly alien. There were depressions where eyes might have been, a vertical ridge that could have been a nose, and a horizontal line that suggested a mouth. But the proportions were wrong, the symmetry imperfect, and the entire surface had a texture that looked like it had been underwater for far too long. The face-like form turned slowly in my direction, and I felt a moment of connection, of recognition. that chilled me to the bone. Whatever this thing was, it was aware of me not just as a presence in its environment, but as an individual entity. It was studying me with the same focused attention that I was directing toward it. Other forms began to surface around the first, each one slightly different but sharing the same basic characteristics. They emerged with varying degrees of completeness, some showing only suggestions of features, others revealing more detailed structures that I didn't want to examine too closely. All of them oriented themselves toward my position at the water's edge. I took photograph after photograph, knowing they would show nothing but compelled to try. The camera's mechanical sounds seemed to echo strangely in the clearing, bouncing off the water and the surrounding trees in ways that created an almost musical rhythm. But the LCD screen continued to show only empty water, providing no validation for what my eyes were recording. It was when I lowered the camera to check the latest batch of images that I noticed something that made my heart race. While the pale forms remained invisible in the photographs, there was something else present in the water that hadn't been there before. Dark shapes moved beneath the surface, shadows that seemed to dart and weave among areas where I could see the pale entities floating. These shadow forms were visible in the camera, appearing as dark streaks and undefined masses that moved through the water with obvious purpose. They seemed to be circling the pale entities, sometimes passing directly beneath them, sometimes approaching close enough to create turbulence in the water above. The presence of these shadow forms in the photographs while the pale entities remained invisible suggested that I was dealing with multiple phenomena, things that existed on different levels of reality or perception. The pale faces could be seen by my eyes but not recorded by the camera, while the dark shadows were invisible to direct observation, but showed up clearly in the digital images. The implications were staggering. I was witnessing the intersection of multiple realities, multiple forms of existence that normally remained separate but were somehow overlapping in this hidden location. The dark pond wasn't just a body of water. It was some kind of boundary point, a place where different dimensions or states of being could interact. Penny's barking cut through my theoretical contemplation like a physical blow. She was no longer just distressed. She was terrified, backing away from the clearing with her hackles raised and her tail tucked between her legs. Her barks had taken on a quality I had never heard before, a sound of pure alarm that suggested immediate danger. I looked back toward the water and saw that the situation had changed dramatically. The pale faces were no longer content to float passively at the surface. They were moving, rising higher out of the water, revealing more of their impossible anatomy with each passing moment. And they were no longer arranged in a circle around the dead tree. They were moving toward the shore, toward me. The rational part of my mind insisted that I document this unprecedented event, that I continue taking photographs, even though they weren't capturing the most important elements of what was happening. But my survival instincts were stronger than my scientific curiosity. I took one final shot, then turned and ran toward where Penny was waiting at the edge of the tree line. As I ran, I could hear sounds behind me that I didn't want to identify. Wet, sliding noises that suggested movement through muddy ground, and splashing sounds that indicated something large was disturbing the water. I didn't look back, didn't slow down, didn't stop until we were well clear of the valley and climbing toward the familiar ridgeline that would lead us home. But even as we fled, I knew that this encounter had changed something fundamental about my relationship with that place. The entities in the dark pond were no longer content to remain hidden, no longer satisfied with passive observation. They had revealed themselves more completely, had shown me glimpses of their true nature that would be impossible to forget. And most disturbing of all, they had begun to move toward me, suggesting that the boundary between their world and mine was becoming increasingly permeable. Whatever was happening at that remote pond, it was escalating, and I was somehow at the center of it. The weeks following our second encounter at the pond were consumed by obsessive research. I spent hours online, searching through local historical records, geological surveys, and any documentation I could find about our region's natural features. The photographs I had taken, while they didn't show the pale entities, did provide clear evidence of the pond's location and unusual characteristics. I used these images to cross-reference topographical maps and satellite imagery, trying to find any official record of the water body we had discovered. What I found was deeply unsettling. According to every map I could locate, there was no pond in that area of the forest. The topographical surveys showed the valley as a slight depression with seasonal wetlands, but nothing that suggested a permanent body of water large enough to match what we had found. Even recent satellite images from online mapping services showed only dense forest canopy in the location where I knew the pond existed. This discrepancy between observed reality and official documentation suggested that the pond was either a very recent formation or it existed in some way that made it undetectable to standard surveying methods. Neither possibility was particularly comforting, especially given the strange behavior of my camera during our visits. I expanded my research to include local folklore and historical accounts, searching for any mentions of unusual phenomena in our area. This proved more fruitful, though the information I found raised more questions than it answered. In the County Historical Society's digitized archives, I discovered several references to a place called Devil's Mirror, described in 19th century accounts as a dark body of water hidden deep in the forest. According to these old records, Devil's Mirror was discovered by early loggers who avoided the area after several workers reported seeing faces of the drowned in its waters. One account from 1887 described how a logging crew's foreman had vanished near the pond, leaving behind only his boots and hat on the muddy shore. Search parties found no trace of him, and the logging company abandoned their operations in that section of forest rather than risk losing more men. The historical accounts contained details that matched our discoveries with unsettling accuracy. References to a dead tree standing in the center of the water, descriptions of the pond's perfect stillness, and mentions of the oppressive atmosphere that surrounded the area all aligned with what Penny and I had experienced. But most disturbing were the repeated references to the pond's inhabitants, pale forms that watched from beneath the surface and seemed to draw the living toward the water's edge. I found newspaper clippings from the early 1900s that mentioned several disappearances in the area, always described as hunting or hiking accidents, but with details that suggested something more sinister. In each case, personal belongings were found near bodies of water, but the victims themselves were never recovered. The pattern continued sporadically through the decades, with reports becoming less frequent as the area became more remote and less visited. But the most significant discovery came when I located the personal journal of a forest ranger named William Hayes, who had worked in our area from 1965 to 1989. Hayes had kept detailed records of his patrols and observations, and his journal contained multiple references to what he called the Watching Pond. His descriptions matched our experiences so precisely that I felt as if he had been writing about our specific encounters. Hayes wrote about finding the pond during a routine patrol in 1967 and being immediately struck by its unnatural characteristics. Like us, he had experienced equipment malfunctions when trying to document the location. His compass spun wildly near the water, his radio produced only static, and photographs came out strangely distorted or completely blank. He described seeing pale forms in the water that seemed to track his movements and showed signs of intelligence that no natural phenomenon should possess. Most importantly, Hayes had developed a theory about what the pond actually was. Based on his observations over 22 years of monitoring the area, he believed that the water body existed at some kind of dimensional junction point, a place where the normal laws of physics broke down and other realities could intrude into our own. He theorized that the pale entities were inhabitants of this other reality, trapped at the boundary between worlds, but capable of limited interaction with our dimension. Hayes's journal entries became increasingly disturbed over the years, suggesting that his repeated exposure to the pond's influence was affecting his mental state. His final entries, dated just weeks before his retirement, described dreams where the pale faces called to him from the dark water, promising answers to questions he had never thought to ask. He wrote about feeling drawn to return to the pond despite knowing it was dangerous, and about sensing that the entities were becoming more active, more aware of the world beyond their watery prison. The journal ended abruptly with an entry that simply read, "They're getting stronger, The boundary is weakening. God help whoever finds this place next. Hayes had disappeared during a fishing trip in 1990, less than a year after his retirement. His body was never found, though his truck was discovered parked at a trailhead that led directly toward the area where Penny and I had found the pond. Armed with this historical context, I began to understand that our encounters were part of a pattern stretching back over a century. The pond, Devil's Mirror, as the old records called it, was a recurring source of unexplained phenomena and mysterious disappearances. Whatever existed in its dark waters had been claiming victims for generations, drawing them close with curiosity before pulling them into depths that no rescue team had ever been able to search. But the most disturbing revelation from my research was the suggestion that the entities in the pond were becoming more active over time. Hayes's observations indicated that their ability to manifest and interact with our reality was growing stronger, and his final journal entries suggested that this process was accelerating. If his theories were correct, then my repeated visits to the pond might have contributed to this escalation, providing the entities with additional energy or awareness that allowed them to extend their influence. The implications were terrifying. If the boundary between dimensions was indeed weakening, if the pale entities were gaining strength and becoming more capable of affecting our world, then the danger extended far beyond just those foolish enough to visit the pond directly. Eventually, their influence might spread beyond the confines of the dark water, reaching into the surrounding forest and potentially threatening anyone who entered the area. I realized that I faced a terrible choice. I could stay away from the pond, hoping that my absence would allow the situation to stabilize, but knowing that I would never have answers to the questions that haunted me. Or I could return one more time, armed with the knowledge I had gained from my research, and attempt to understand what was really happening in that hidden valley. The decision was made for me when I found Penny standing at our back door early one morning, staring out toward the forest with an intensity that I had never seen before. When she noticed me watching her, she looked back at me with eyes that seemed almost human in their expression of urgent communication. She was trying to tell me something, trying to convey a message that went beyond normal canine behavior. It was then that I realized the entities in the pond weren't content to wait for us to return to them. Somehow they had established a connection with both of us during our previous visits, a link that was drawing us back whether we wanted to go or not. The obsessive thoughts, the constant awareness of the pond's location, the way it dominated my dreams and waking hours. These weren't just normal human curiosity. They were signs of an influence that extended far beyond the physical boundaries of that dark water. Penny and I were being called, summoned by entities that existed at the intersection of realities, and based on the historical pattern I had uncovered, answering that call had never ended well for anyone who had tried it before us. But ignoring it might be even more dangerous. If the entities were indeed growing stronger, if they were reaching out beyond their watery prison to touch the minds of those who had encountered them, then running away might only delay the inevitable. Eventually, the compulsion would become too strong to resist, and I would find myself walking toward that dark pond whether I chose to or not. The only way to break the cycle was to confront it directly, to return to Devil's Mirror one final time and attempt to understand the true nature of what dwelt in its depths. It was a dangerous choice, one that had apparently claimed the lives of others who had made the same decision. But the alternative, living under the growing influence of entities that existed outside normal reality, was even worse. I began planning our final expedition to the pond, knowing that this time, we might not be coming back. I spent 3 days preparing for what I knew would be our last visit to the pond. This time I approached the expedition with the seriousness of someone who might not return, making arrangements that would be necessary if Penny and I simply disappeared into the forest like so many others before us. I left detailed notes about our discoveries hidden in my room, along with copies of all the research I had conducted and the historical documents I had uncovered. If something happened to us, at least there would be a record of what we had found. The equipment I gathered was more extensive than anything I had brought on previous hikes. Along with the usual supplies of food and water, I packed a waterproof flashlight, extra batteries, a length of rope, and even a small folding shovel that I thought might prove useful if I needed to examine the muddy shore of the pond more closely. Most importantly, I brought 2 cameras, the digital model that had failed to capture the pale entities, and an old film camera that my grandfather had given me years earlier. If there was something about digital technology that prevented proper documentation of what existed in the pond, perhaps analog film would prove more effective. Penny seemed to understand the significance of this final expedition. Her behavior over the past few days had become increasingly strange, alternating between periods of intense alertness and episodes of what could only be described as trance-like fascination. She would stand for hours staring toward the forest, her body rigid and her eyes unfocused, as if she was listening to sounds that I couldn't hear or seeing sights that were invisible to me. When I showed her the hiking gear I had assembled, her reaction was unlike anything I had seen from her before. Instead of the usual excitement that accompanied preparations for our forest adventures, she displayed a resigned acceptance that was almost human in its emotional complexity. She seemed to understand that we were being drawn back to that place against our better judgment, compelled by forces that neither of us fully comprehended. We set out before dawn on a gray October morning, the air crisp with the promise of an early winter. The forest was entering its dormant phase, with most of the leaves fallen and the remaining vegetation taking on the brittle, colorless appearance of approaching death. Our breath formed visible clouds in the cold air, and frost crunched under our boots as we made our way along the familiar trails that would lead us back to the hidden valley. The hike to the pond seemed different this time, charged with an energy that made the hair on my arms stand up, despite the layers of clothing I wore. The forest was unusually quiet, with none of the bird calls or small animal sounds that normally provided a soundtrack to our expeditions. Even the wind seemed muted, as if the trees themselves were holding their breath in anticipation of what was to come. As we descended into the valley, the oppressive atmosphere that I remembered from our previous visits intensified dramatically. The air became thicker, harder to breathe, and carried scents that reminded me of stagnant water and decomposing organic matter. Penny's behavior became increasingly agitated, her movements jerky and unpredictable as she struggled against some invisible compulsion that was drawing her forward. When we finally reached the edge of the clearing, I stopped in shock at what I saw. The pond had changed since our last visit, expanded beyond its previous boundaries to cover nearly the entire floor of the small valley. What had once been dry land was now submerged beneath dark water that reflected the gray sky above like a massive mirror. The dead tree that had stood in the center of the original pond was now just one of several skeletal trunks that protruded from the expanded water surface, their bare branches creating a forest of reaching fingers that broke the water's perfect stillness. But most disturbing of all were the pale forms that were now visible throughout the enlarged pond. Where before I had seen only a handful of entities floating near the original dead tree, now there were dozens of them, arranged in complex patterns that suggested some kind of organization or purpose. They were no longer hiding beneath the surface, but floating openly on top of the water, their pale, face-like forms clearly visible from my position at the clearing's edge. Penny whined softly and pressed against my legs, but she didn't retreat as she had during our previous visits. Instead, she seemed transfixed by the sight before us, her body trembling with a mixture of fear and fascination that mirrored my own emotional state. We were both caught between the rational desire to flee and an irrational compulsion to approach the water and discover what the pale entities wanted from us. I raised both cameras and began documenting what we found, taking photographs with both the digital and film models in the hope that one or the other would capture evidence of what we were witnessing. Through the viewfinders, I could see that the expanded pond covered an area that should have been impossible given the valley's topography. The water extended up the slopes of the surrounding hills, defying gravity and geography in ways that suggested this place operated according to rules that had nothing to do with normal physics. The pale entities began to move as I photographed them, turning their attention toward our position with obvious awareness of our presence. They didn't seem hostile exactly, but there was something in their orientation that suggested purpose, as if our arrival had triggered some predetermined response. Several of them began to drift toward the shore where we stood, moving through the water with smooth, purposeful strokes that left barely visible wakes behind them. As they drew closer, I could see details that had been invisible from a distance. The pale forms were indeed face-like, but they possessed characteristics that no human face should have. Their eyes were dark voids that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, and their mouths were horizontal slits that occasionally opened to reveal depths that extended far beyond what should have been possible. Most disturbing of all, their features seemed to shift and change as I watched, as if they were not quite solid, not quite permanent in their physical form. One of the entities reached the shore and began to emerge from the water, revealing more of its impossible anatomy with each passing moment. What rose from the dark pond was roughly humanoid, but wrong in every detail. Too tall, too thin, with limbs that bent at angles that defied skeletal structure, and skin that had the translucent quality of something that had never been exposed to sunlight. Penny began to bark, her voice high and desperate as she tried to warn me away from the approaching entity, but her bark sounded strange in the oppressive atmosphere of the valley, muffled and distorted as if the air itself was absorbing the sound. I found myself unable to retreat, transfixed by the sight of something that clearly didn't belong in any reality I understood. The entity stopped at the water's edge and extended what might have been an arm toward me. Its limbs stretched much farther than should have been anatomically possible, reaching across the 10 feet of muddy ground that separated us. At the end of the impossibly long appendage was something that resembled a hand, but possessed too many fingers, each one ending in what looked like a small, dark eye. I understood then that this was what had been calling to me, drawing me back to this place through dreams and obsessive thoughts. The entity wanted something from me, needed something that I possessed. But what it was offering in return was a knowledge that no human mind was equipped to process, an understanding of realities that existed beyond the boundaries of normal experience. As the impossible hand reached toward me, I made a choice that would haunt me for the rest of my life. Instead of taking the offered appendage, instead of allowing myself to be drawn into whatever existence these entities inhabited, I grabbed Penny's collar and ran. We fled from that valley as if our lives depended on it, and perhaps they did. Behind us, I could hear sounds that I had no names for, wet, sliding noises that suggested movement through impossible spaces, and what might have been voices calling in languages that predated human speech. But I didn't look back, didn't slow down, didn't stop running until we were miles away from that cursed place. When we finally reached home, both of us exhausted and traumatized by what we had experienced, I immediately began making plans to leave the area. I couldn't live knowing that such a place existed so close to our home, couldn't sleep peacefully knowing that entities from other realities were expanding their influence into our world. Within a week, I had convinced my parents that I needed to transfer to a college in another state, and by the end of the month, we had moved away from that small town and its hidden horrors. But even now, 5 years later, and hundreds of miles away from that dark pond, I sometimes wake in the middle of the night with the certainty that something is calling to me from across the distance. In my dreams, I see pale faces floating in dark water, their impossible eyes fixed on me with patient, eternal attention. They are waiting, I know, for me to return and accept what they offered that day in the hidden valley. The photographs I took during our final visit developed exactly as I had expected. The digital images showed only empty water and dead trees, while the film photographs revealed the expanded pond in all its impossible glory, but captured no trace of the pale entities that I knew inhabited its depths. It was as if they existed in a spectrum of reality that no technology could record, visible only to minds that had been touched by their influence. I kept both sets of photographs as evidence of what we had discovered, but I've never shown them to anyone else. Who would believe such a story? Who would accept that there are places in our world where other realities intrude, where entities that exist outside normal experience can reach across dimensional boundaries to touch the minds of the living? Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I had taken that offered hand, if I had allowed myself to be drawn into the dark water with its patient, waiting inhabitants. Would I have gained the knowledge they seemed eager to share? Or would I have simply become another unexplained disappearance, another name added to the long list of those who had vanished near Devil's Mirror? I'll never know, and perhaps that's for the best. Some knowledge is too dangerous to possess, some realities too alien to comprehend. The pale entities in that dark pond represent something that exists beyond human understanding, something that our minds are not equipped to process without losing our sanity in the attempt. But they are still there, I know, waiting in their expanded realm at the intersection of realities. And sometimes, in the quiet hours before dawn, I can feel them calling to me across the miles, patient and eternal in their alien purpose. They know that eventually, curiosity will overcome caution, and someone else will find their way to that hidden valley. When that happens, I can only pray that the next visitor will be wiser than I was, strong enough to resist the terrible fascination of those pale, watching faces. Because once you've seen what dwells in the depths of Devil's Mirror, once you've felt the touch of their impossible attention, you can never quite escape the knowledge that there are things in this world that should never be disturbed. The dark pond remains, and its inhabitants continue their patient vigil, waiting for the next curious soul to stumble upon their watery realm. And when that day comes, as I know it inevitably will, another chapter will be added to the long, dark history of that cursed place where realities intersect and nightmares take physical form. I can only hope that whoever finds them next will have the wisdom to run, as Penny and I finally did, before it's too late to escape the mesmerizing pull of those pale, eternal watchers in the depths of the dark pond. I woke up earlier than necessary on that fateful Saturday in late September, my mind already racing with anticipation for our planned hike. The weather forecast promised clear skies, perfect conditions for exploring the renowned Cascade Falls Trail that had been on our bucket list for months. My wife Rebecca stirred beside me, blinking away sleep as sunlight filtered through our bedroom curtains. "You're already dressed?" she noted with a drowsy smile. "Someone's eager." I nodded, checking my watch. Thought we'd get an early start, beat the crowds. Our 3-year-old German Shepherd Bella seemed to sense the day's adventure, pacing anxiously by the front door while we packed our gear: trail mix, water bottles, first aid kit, and the usual essentials. Rebecca insisted on bringing extra layers despite the warm forecast. "The temperature drops fast in those valleys," she reminded me, stuffing a fleece into her backpack. "Better safe than sorry." The drive took nearly 2 hours, winding through increasingly remote countryside. The radio signal gradually weakened until static replaced the morning news program. We fell into comfortable silence, occasionally pointing out interesting landmarks or unusual cloud formations. Bella remained vigilant in the back seat, her nose occasionally fogging the window glass as she tracked scents from the passing landscape. "Did you read that article about the search and rescue operation last month?" Rebecca asked suddenly, scrolling through her phone before the signal disappeared completely. "No, what happened?" "Some hiker went off trail about 15 miles from where we're headed. Spent 2 nights out there before they found him. Apparently he was severely dehydrated and kept rambling about strange noises." I shrugged. "Probably got disoriented. People underestimate wilderness all the time." "I suppose," she said, but her voice carried a note of uncertainty that lingered between us. The parking area was beginning to fill when we arrived, but we secured a spot near the trailhead. The air smelled of pine and damp earth, invigorating after the long drive. I stretched my legs while Rebecca organized our backpacks. Bella strained against her leash, eager to begin the journey, her tail wagging with unbridled enthusiasm. "Remember, I said, examining the trail map posted on a weathered wooden board. We stick to the main path. No unnecessary risks today. Rebecca nodded in agreement, her earlier concerns seemingly forgotten in the beauty of the morning. Neither of us could have predicted how drastically that resolution would change, or how deeply we would come to regret the decisions made in the following hours. We joined the steady stream of hikers making their way toward Cascade Falls. The trail was wide and well-maintained near the entrance, bordered by towering Douglas firs and western red cedars that filtered the morning sunlight into dappled patterns across the path. Families with children, couples with expensive camera equipment, and solo hikers with determined expressions passed us or fell behind as we settled into a comfortable pace. "It's busier than I expected," Rebecca commented, adjusting her backpack straps. "The falls are a popular attraction," I replied. "This is why I wanted to get here early." Bella led the way, her nose working constantly as she encountered new scents. Her excitement was contagious, and I found myself smiling at her occasional backward glances, as if checking that we were still following her expert guidance. The sound of rushing water grew progressively louder, signaling our approach to the falls. Through breaks in the trees, we caught glimpses of sunlight catching the spray, creating ephemeral rainbows that appeared and vanished with the shifting breeze. The path widened into a viewing area crowded with people taking photographs and children squealing with delight. Cascade Falls lived up to its reputation. A 60-foot torrent of water tumbling over moss-covered rocks into a clear pool below. The designated viewing platforms were packed with tourists jostling for the perfect angle, their voices competing with the thunderous cascade. Rebecca took several photos while I consulted our trail map. "There's a secondary trail that loops around the top of the falls," I pointed out. "Looks like it's less traveled." Rebecca glanced at the crowded platforms. "Might be nice to find some quieter spots." A park ranger stationed nearby overheard our conversation. "The upper trail is more challenging," he cautioned, "but the views are worth it if you're experienced hikers." "We are," I assured him, perhaps too quickly. "How far does it extend?" "About 4 miles around, but there's a return path that cuts back to the main trail at the 2-mile mark if you decide not to complete the full loop." Rebecca hesitated. "Is it well marked?" "The first section is," the ranger replied. "After that, the blazes are a bit faded. Just keep the creek on your left, and you'll be fine." The decision was made with surprising ease. We filled our water bottles at the public fountain, adjusted our gear, and headed toward the narrow path that snaked upward beside the waterfall. A sign warned less experienced hikers to remain on the main trail, but we continued past it, eager to escape the noise and discover views few tourists bothered to seek. The terrain immediately became more challenging. Rocks slick with spray required careful footing, and the path narrowed until we had to proceed single file. Bella, sensing the adventure, pulled ahead with renewed enthusiasm. As we climbed higher, the crowd noise diminished, replaced by the more intimate sounds of our breathing and the water's roar. Reaching a natural ledge overlooking the falls, we paused to rest. From this vantage point, the tourists below resembled colorful insects swarming around a puddle. The forest stretched in every direction, an unbroken canopy of green that seemed to swallow the horizon. "Worth the climb already," I said, taking a long drink from my water bottle. Rebecca nodded, her face flushed from exertion. "It's beautiful. But listen, notice anything?" I paused, taking in our surroundings more attentively. "It's quieter." "Not just quieter," she clarified. "No birds, no insects buzzing." She was right. Apart from the waterfall's constant rush, the forest was unnaturally silent. I dismissed the observation with a shrug. Probably just the time of day, or maybe the water noise drowns them out. Rebecca seemed unconvinced, but said nothing more as we continued our ascent. The path leveled somewhat as we moved away from the falls, diving deeper into the forest where the canopy thickened, reducing sunlight to occasional shafts that barely reached the forest floor. With each step away from the main attraction, I felt a growing sense of isolation. Not unpleasant at first, but increasingly pronounced. We were leaving the safety of numbers behind, venturing into a section of forest that suddenly seemed vast and unknowable. Bella's excited trot slowed to a more cautious pace as she navigated fallen trees and protruding roots. "The trail's getting harder to follow," Rebecca noted, pointing to faded blue markings on scattered trees. "Should we turn back?" I consulted my watch. "We've only been on this section for 30 minutes. Let's push on a bit further." The ranger mentioned a particularly good viewpoint at the creek bend. That simple decision, to continue rather than return, would prove to be the first in a series of increasingly poor choices, leading us deeper into an experience that would haunt our dreams for months to come. The deeper we ventured into the forest, the more distinct the atmosphere became from the cheerful bustle at the waterfall's base. Shadows lengthened and merged beneath the dense canopy, creating a perpetual twilight that played tricks on peripheral vision. Fallen logs and rock formations took on anthropomorphic qualities in the dim light, resembling crouched figures until examined more closely. "How far do you think we've gone?" Rebecca asked, her voice hushed as if respecting the forest's growing silence. I checked my GPS app, but the signal had weakened to the point of uselessness. "Maybe a mile from the falls. Hard to tell with all the switchbacks." The trail had narrowed further, in some places barely distinguishable from game paths that branched off in confusing directions. Blue trail blazes appeared with decreasing frequency, some so faded they required careful scrutiny to confirm their presence. Bella remained ahead of us, but had abandoned her earlier exuberance for a more methodical pace, occasionally glancing back as if to confirm we were still following. "I don't remember seeing anyone else take this trail," Rebecca observed. "Not a single other hiker. That's what we wanted, isn't it? Some peace and quiet?" She nodded hesitantly. "Yes, but it feels different somehow. Not peaceful exactly, more like expectant." I finished for her, surprising myself with the choice of word. The terrain changed gradually, becoming less hospitable. Moss-covered stones appeared with increasing frequency, some slick with moisture despite the absence of recent rainfall. The air felt thicker, carrying an earthy scent tinged with something less definable, a mustiness that clung to the back of the throat. "Do you hear the creek?" I asked, stopping to listen. According to the ranger's directions, we should have been approaching the waterway that fed the falls. Rebecca shook her head. "Nothing, but I feel like we're being watched." Under normal circumstances, I might have laughed at such a comment or dismissed it as imagination. Instead, I found myself scanning the surrounding trees with increased vigilance. The forest had grown too quiet, the silence no longer peaceful, but oppressive. "That's just the isolation talking," I said, attempting to sound reassuring despite my own growing unease. "When you're used to the city, genuine solitude feels strange." Bella stopped abruptly, her attention fixed on a dense thicket to our right. Her posture stiffened, ears forward, the ridge of fur along her spine rising slightly. "What is it, girl?" I asked, moving closer to examine whatever had caught her attention. The underbrush revealed nothing obvious, no movement, no unusual shapes, just more of the endless forest stretching into shadow. Yet Bella remained fixated, a low whine building in her throat. "Probably just a squirrel," I suggested, tugging gently on her leash. "Come on, let's keep moving." She reluctantly followed, but her demeanor had changed. The playful exploration was gone, replaced by hypervigilance. Every few steps she would pause, her head swiveling to track something I couldn't perceive. Rebecca noticed the change as well, moving closer to me as we continued along the increasingly obscure trail. "I don't like this," she whispered. "Something feels wrong." I was about to suggest turning back when we emerged into a small clearing. The sudden absence of overhead canopy allowed sunlight to flood the space, a welcome relief from the oppressive shadows. A fallen tree provided convenient seating, and we gratefully took the opportunity to rest. "Let's have some water and a snack," I suggested, shrugging off my backpack. "Then we can decide whether to continue or head back." Rebecca nodded, retrieving our water bottles while I opened a package of trail mix. Bella refused to settle, pacing the perimeter of the clearing with her nose to the ground, occasionally freezing to stare intently into the surrounding forest. "Have you noticed there are no animal sounds?" Rebecca asked between sips of water. "No birds, no insects, nothing." Now that she mentioned it, the absence was striking. Forests typically buzz with life, the distant call of birds, the rustle of small mammals in underbrush, the constant symphony of insects. Here, there was only the sound of our own breathing and the occasional snap of a twig beneath Bella's paws. "Maybe there's a predator nearby," I suggested. "Bears or mountain lions can silence an area." The thought brought little comfort. If a dangerous predator was indeed lurking nearby, our isolated position suddenly seemed far more vulnerable than adventurous. As we prepared to continue, I noticed something peculiar about the fallen tree we'd been sitting on. Unlike other deadfall in the area, this trunk bore unusual markings, a series of deep gouges running vertically along its length. They resembled claw marks, but were spaced too widely and cut too deeply to belong to any wildlife I was familiar with. "Take a look at this," I said, running my fingers along one of the grooves. "Ever seen anything like it?" Rebecca examined the markings, her expression growing increasingly troubled. "Those aren't natural," she concluded. "They're too uniform." "Could be from forestry equipment," I suggested. "Or maybe lightning struck it." Neither explanation seemed satisfactory as we studied the precise, parallel channels carved into the wood. More disturbing was the realization that similar markings appeared on several trees bordering the clearing, always in groups of 3, always at approximately the same height from the ground. "Let's go," Rebecca said suddenly, her voice tight with barely contained anxiety. "I think we should head back now." I nodded in agreement, suddenly eager to return to the populated sections of the trail. As we gathered our belongings, Bella's behavior grew increasingly erratic. She circled us frantically, her tail tucked between her legs, emitting a series of short, distressed barks. The sunlight that had initially made the clearing seem like a sanctuary now felt exposing, as if we were on display for unseen observers. As we hurriedly departed, following what we hoped was the path back toward the falls, I couldn't shake the sensation of being followed, a persistent awareness of movement just beyond visual range, keeping pace with our accelerating steps. The return journey quickly proved more challenging than anticipated. What had seemed like a straightforward trail on our outward trek now presented confusing options at every turn. Faded blazes that had guided us earlier were now difficult to locate, forcing us to guess which fork to take at several junctions. "Are you sure this is the way we came?" Rebecca asked, after we'd been walking for 20 minutes without recognizing any landmarks. I consulted my compass, attempting to orient ourselves. "The fall should be east of us. If we keep heading in that direction, we'll eventually intersect the main trail." Bella's behavior continued to deteriorate. Rather than leading us as she had earlier, she now insisted on staying between us, occasionally bumping against our legs as if seeking reassurance. Her ears remained flattened, and she startled at sounds I couldn't detect. "What's wrong with her?" Rebecca whispered, reaching down to stroke Bella's head. "She's picking up on our anxiety," I suggested, though I wasn't entirely convinced. Bella was normally unflappable, her training as a service dog before we adopted her having instilled remarkable composure even in stressful situations. The forest darkened noticeably as clouds gathered overhead, further reducing the already limited visibility beneath the canopy. What had been dappled shadow earlier became a murky gloom that seemed to swallow detail and distance. Shapes beyond a few yards dissolved into indistinct silhouettes that shifted and reformed with each blink. A sudden crack echoed through the trees, a sound like a heavy branch breaking under significant weight. We froze, straining to locate its source. "What was that?" Rebecca's fingers dug into my arm. "Probably deadfall," I answered, keeping my voice steady despite mounting concern. "Old trees collapse all the time." Another crack followed, closer this time. accompanied by the distinct rustle of movement through underbrush. Bella growled, a deep rumble that vibrated through her entire body. I'd never heard her make such a sound before. Primal and aggressive, entirely unlike her usual temperament. "Hello?" I called out, thinking it might be another hiker. "Is someone there?" My voice sounded thin and insignificant against the vast silence that absorbed it. No response came except another series of cracks now circling around to our left. Whatever was moving through the forest was large enough to break substantial branches and was making no effort to move quietly. "We need to go," Rebecca urged, already backing away. "Now." We abandoned any pretense of following the trail, simply moving as quickly as possible in what we hoped was the direction of the main path. The forest floor became increasingly treacherous. Hidden roots, sudden depressions, and slick patches of decomposing vegetation threatened to send us sprawling with each hurried step. The sounds continued, keeping pace with our retreat, but remaining just out of sight. Occasionally, branches would sway without wind, or undergrowth would part slightly, as if pushed aside by an unseen presence. Bella remained rigid, her growl giving way to whimpers of unmistakable terror. "It's hurting us," Rebecca gasped between labored breaths. "What?" "Whatever it is, it's not chasing us directly. It's steering us in a specific direction." The observation sent ice through my veins, because I recognized its truth immediately. Our panicked flight wasn't random. We were being channeled along a particular route, moving deeper into unknown territory rather than back toward safety. I forced myself to stop, pulling Rebecca to a halt beside me. "We need to be smarter than this," I insisted, fighting to control my racing heart. "Take a breath. Let's think." The snapping and rustling ceased as soon as we stopped moving, replaced by a watchful silence that felt somehow more threatening. I retrieved the compass from my pocket with trembling fingers, determined to regain our bearings. "The sun is to our west," I reasoned, trying to glimpse the fading daylight through the canopy. "So the main trail and falls must be in that direction." I pointed at a right angle to our current path. "That means we've been heading south, not east," Rebecca realized. "We're moving parallel to the main trail, not toward it." The implication wasn't lost on either of us. Our panic had made us susceptible to manipulation, driving us precisely where we shouldn't go. With renewed determination, I changed our course, deliberately moving toward where we believed the populated trail lay. Almost immediately, the forest responded. A massive crash sounded directly in our chosen path, as if a tree had been toppled specifically to block our way. Bella barked frantically, pulling against her leash in the opposite direction. "Did you see that?" Rebecca's voice rose in pitch. "See what?" I turned to follow her gaze, but found only more shadowed forest. "I thought," she swallowed hard. "I thought I saw someone standing between those trees. Just for a second." "Another hiker?" I asked hopefully. She shook her head slowly. "Not like any hiker I've ever seen." Before I could press for details, a new sound emerged from the gathering darkness, a low, rhythmic thudding like heavy footfalls on packed earth, approaching from behind us. Bella's resolve broke entirely. She lunged forward with such force that the leash slipped from my grasp, and she bolted into the underbrush ahead. "Bella!" I shouted, lunging ineffectually after her. "Look!" Rebecca pointed to where our dog had disappeared. Through the vegetation, barely visible in the fading light, was a narrow opening in the hillside. A natural crevice between two boulders that widened at the bottom to form what appeared to be a passage. "She went in there," Rebecca said, already moving forward. "We need to find her." The footfalls behind us grew louder, accompanied now by a faint sound that raised the hair on my neck. A wet clicking noise like mandibles or teeth repeatedly opening and closing. With little choice remaining, I followed Rebecca toward the rocky opening, hoping it would provide temporary shelter while we composed ourselves. The space between the boulders was tight but passable, requiring us to turn sideways and shuffle carefully to avoid scraping against the rough stone. Beyond the entrance, the passage widened into what I initially took to be a shallow cave, but quickly realized was something far more disturbing. A tunnel excavated into the hillside, its walls too smooth and ceiling too regularly arched to be natural. "This isn't right," I whispered, instinctively reaching for Rebecca's hand. "This shouldn't be here." Ahead of us, Bella's whimpering echoed from the darkness, drawing us reluctantly forward into the unknown depths of what was clearly not a natural formation, but something deliberately constructed in the heart of the wilderness. The tunnel extended approximately 30 feet into the hillside before opening into a chamber roughly the size of a small classroom. My flashlight revealed walls composed of tightly packed soil, reinforced with a lattice of roots and what appeared to be animal bones. The floor was unnervingly level, packed hard by what must have been years of use. "What is this place?" Rebecca's voice wavered as she swept her own light across the disturbing scene. The beam illuminated the far wall where crude symbols had been carved into the packed earth. Angular designs and spiraling patterns that bore no resemblance to any language or pictograms I recognized. They seemed to pulse slightly in the moving light, creating an illusion of subtle movement that made my vision swim if I focused too long. Bella huddled in a corner, her entire body shaking. When I approached, she pressed herself harder against the wall, rather than coming to my side as she normally would. Her eyes, reflecting the flashlight beam, showed an animal terror that transcended ordinary fear. "Something's been living here," Rebecca whispered, pointing to a depression in the center of the chamber. The indentation resembled a nest of sorts, lined with materials that turned my stomach. Fragments of clothing in various states of decay, clumps of what appeared to be human hair, and animal remains in advanced stages of decomposition. The smell, which had been masked by the earthy scent of the tunnel, now hit me fully. A putrid mixture of rot and something musky and animal. "We need to leave," I said, backing toward the entrance. "Now." A sound from the tunnel froze us in place, the scrape of something heavy moving through the narrow passage, blocking our only exit. Bella's whimpering intensified, and she attempted to dig into the earthen wall as if seeking an alternate escape route. In desperate silence, we extinguished our flashlights and pressed ourselves against the chamber wall, hoping whatever approached might miss us in the darkness. My hand found Rebecca's, our fingers interlocking in a grip so tight it bordered on painful. The scraping continued, punctuated by the wet clicking sound we'd heard in the forest. It grew louder, then stopped abruptly at the chamber entrance. In the absolute darkness I could see nothing, but other senses compensated with terrifying clarity. I could hear labored breathing, not the panting of an animal, but something deliberate and controlled. I could smell a new odor beneath the chamber's existing stench. A sharp, acrid scent, like ammonia, mixed with something metallic. Rebecca's nails dug into my palm as something entered the chamber. Though I couldn't see it, I felt its presence as a pressure change in the air, a displacement that suggested considerable size. It moved with deliberate slowness, circling the central depression. The clicking sound started again, now accompanied by a low vibration that I felt through the soles of my boots. My lungs burned with the effort of silent breathing. Every instinct screamed to run, but rational thought insisted that movement meant certain death. Beside me, Rebecca trembled uncontrollably, and I feared her fear might betray our position. The presence completed its circuit of the nest and paused. Though I could see nothing in the blackness, I knew with absolute certainty that it had turned in our direction. The breathing changed, becoming deeper and more rapid. The clicking accelerated to a continuous rattling that reminded me horribly of excitement or anticipation. It took a step toward us, a heavy, shuffling movement that revealed it was bipedal. Another step followed, then another, each bringing it closer to our position against the wall. The ammonia smell intensified until it burned my nostrils and throat. In that moment of overwhelming terror, my survival instinct finally overrode paralysis. With my free hand, I reached into my pocket and retrieved the emergency flare I always carried on hikes. In a single motion, I struck the cap against the ignition strip and threw it toward the center of the room. The flare erupted in brilliant red light that flooded the chamber, temporarily blinding me after the intense darkness. As my vision adjusted, I caught only glimpses of what stood merely feet away, a hunched figure significantly taller than myself, covered in what appeared to be ragged clothing or some form of matted fur. Its face remained mercifully in shadow, but I saw enough to know it was neither human nor any recognized animal. The creature recoiled from the sudden light, emitting a shrill keening sound that pierced through my skull like a physical pain. It stumbled backward, arms raised to shield itself from the flare's harsh illumination. "Run!" I shouted, pulling Rebecca toward the tunnel entrance. The creature lunged for us but misjudged in its light-blinded state, crashing into the wall where we had stood moments before. We scrambled into the narrow passage, the sounds of pursuit close behind as we navigated the confined space. Bella had bolted ahead of us, her survival instinct overcoming her earlier paralysis. I could hear her panicked breathing as she led our desperate escape back toward the forest and what we could only hope was safety. We burst from the tunnel into deepening twilight, our lungs burning with exertion and fear. The forest around us had transformed in our absence, the already dim light now reduced to a murky haze that rendered the surrounding trees as little more than looming silhouettes. Bella raced ahead, no longer needing the leash to keep her on course as she instinctively sought the direction of safety. Behind us, the keening sound from the tunnel changed to something more guttural, a series of barking coughs that echoed through the trees and seemed to come from multiple directions simultaneously. Whatever pursued us was either communicating with others of its kind or possessed the ability to project its voice in a way that created the illusion of numbers. "Don't look back," I gasped to Rebecca as we stumbled through underbrush, branches whipping at our faces and exposed skin. "Just keep moving." The terrain sloped downward, which I took as a positive sign. The falls and main trail lay at a lower elevation than the isolated path we'd followed earlier. Our headlong flight precluded any attempt at navigation beyond this basic understanding. We simply followed Bella, trusting her instinct and superior senses to guide us toward human presence. A crash sounded to our right, much closer than expected. Something large was moving parallel to our course, occasionally visible as a dark shape darting between trees. Another crash echoed from our left, confirming my worst fear. We were being flanked. "They're trying to cut us off," Rebecca realized, her voice breaking with exhaustion and terror. The forest opened slightly ahead, revealing a shallow creek bed that cut through the hillside. Without hesitation, Bella plunged into the knee-deep water and began splashing downstream. I followed her reasoning immediately. Water would mask our scent and potentially slow our pursuers. "This way," I urged, pulling Rebecca into the frigid current. We waded as quickly as possible, fighting against slippery rocks and the water's resistance. The creek bent sharply around a hillside, and as we rounded the curve, I heard Rebecca gasp. Ahead, the waterway dropped away into a series of steep cascades that eventually rejoined the main falls far below. "We can't go down that," she protested, tugging against my grip. "And we can't go back," I countered, gesturing at the forest behind us where movement was now clearly visible, dark shapes converging on our position from multiple directions. Desperate, I scanned our surroundings for alternatives. On the opposite bank, partially concealed by overhanging vegetation, was what appeared to be a game trail cutting diagonally across the hillside. "There," I pointed. "If we can reach that path, it might lead back to the main trail." We pushed through deepening water toward the far bank, the current growing stronger as we approached the point where the creek began its descent. Bella had already scrambled up the muddy embankment and stood waiting, her hackles raised as she stared back at the forest we'd fled. The clicking sounds intensified, now accompanied by splashing as our pursuers entered the water upstream. I boosted Rebecca onto the bank, then pulled myself up with muscles burning from prolonged exertion. The path was barely visible, a slight depression in the undergrowth that wound between trees and around boulder outcroppings. We moved as quickly as the difficult terrain allowed, constantly scanning ahead for signs of the main trail while fighting the impulse to look back at what followed. Bella suddenly accelerated, her behavior shifting from fear to purpose as she detected something ahead. "I think she's found the trail," I said, allowing hope to enter my voice for the first time in what felt like hours. The game path widened slightly, showing signs of more frequent use. Through gaps in the trees below, I caught glimpses of what might have been the main waterfall, though distance and failing light made certainty impossible. A familiar sound reached us, voices, human voices, carried faintly on the evening air. Rebecca nearly sobbed with relief, increasing her pace despite obvious exhaustion. We were close now, perhaps only a few hundred yards from the populated trail where rangers and other hikers would provide safety in numbers. The forest behind us erupted with activity, branches breaking, undergrowth being trampled, and the now familiar keening rising to a frenzied pitch. Our pursuers had abandoned stealth for speed, making a final desperate attempt to intercept us before we reached safety. "We're not going to make it," Rebecca gasped, stumbling on a protruding root. I caught her before she fell, practically dragging her forward as Bella circled back to us, barking urgently. "We have to," I insisted. "Just a little further." The path bent around a massive cedar, and suddenly we were there. The main trail stretched before us, wide and well-maintained compared to the wilderness we'd traversed. In the distance, perhaps a quarter-mile downhill, flashlights bobbed as late hikers made their way back toward the parking area. "Help!" I shouted, my voice cracking with strain. "Can anyone hear us? We need help." The distant figures paused, lights swinging in our direction. A voice called back, though the words were indistinguishable at this range. It didn't matter. They had heard us, seen us. We were no longer alone. Behind us, at the edge of where the game trail met the main path, the forest went suddenly, completely silent. The pursuit, so frenzied moments before, ceased as if a switch had been flipped. I risked a glance back and saw nothing but darkening trees, the boundary between maintained trail and wilderness now seeming like a physical barrier our pursuers would not cross. Bella's posture relaxed slightly, though she continued to stare vigilantly at the forest edge as figures with flashlights made their way up the trail toward us. I sank to my knees, pulling Rebecca down beside me, both of us gasping for breath as the first wave of relief washed over us. "We made it," she whispered, tears streaming down her dirt-streaked face. "We actually made it out." But even as rescue approached in the form of concerned hikers and a uniformed park ranger, I couldn't shake the sensation that we weren't truly safe, that we had merely been granted a temporary reprieve. The forest loomed behind us, its secrets intact, its inhabitants merely retreating rather than defeated. Whatever dwelled in those depths had allowed us to escape. And somehow, that thought was more terrifying than the pursuit itself. The ranger's name was Watkins, a weathered man in his 50s with a perpetual furrow between his brows that deepened as we recounted our experience. He listened without interruption as we described becoming lost on the upper trail and the strange tunnel we'd discovered. I deliberately omitted details about what we'd seen inside, mentioning only that we'd been chased by something we couldn't clearly identify. "Probably a black bear," he suggested, making notes in a small waterproof book. "They're common in this area, though usually not aggressive unless you stumble near cubs." I exchanged glances with Rebecca, neither of us willing to challenge this comfortable explanation in front of the small crowd of hikers that had gathered around us. Bella, usually friendly with strangers, remained unusually subdued, pressing against my legs and flinching at every sound from the surrounding forest. "You folks are lucky," Watkins continued, closing his notebook. "We get at least 3 or 4 search and rescue operations every season for hikers who stray from marked trails. Not all of them end this well." His radio crackled with a request for his location, and he stepped away to respond, leaving us with the group of hikers who had been first to reach us. They offered water and energy bars, which we accepted gratefully. Their normalcy, Their casual conversation and good-natured jokes about our bedraggled appearance felt surreal after what we'd experienced. "The trails up there aren't well maintained anymore," an older man commented, gesturing toward the higher elevations. "Park Service closed most of them after the incidents in the 90s. My attention snapped to him. "What incidents?" He seemed surprised by my intensity. "You didn't know? A series of disappearances back in 97 and 98. Hikers vanishing from the upper trails, never found. They officially blamed it on a rogue cougar, but..." He shrugged. "A lot of locals never bought that explanation." "Why not?" Rebecca asked, her voice barely audible. "Cougars don't take personal belongings," the man replied simply. "And they certainly don't stack their victims' gear in neat piles, arranged in circles in the middle of clearings." My skin prickled as I recalled the strange markings we'd seen on trees around the clearing where we'd rested. Before I could ask further questions, Ranger Watkins returned, ending the conversation with his official presence. "I've called ahead to the station," he informed us. "There'll be a medical technician waiting to check you over. Standard procedure for lost hikers." "We weren't exactly lost," I began, but Rebecca squeezed my arm in warning. "Thank you," she said to Watkins. "We appreciate it." The descent to the trailhead seemed to take hours, though my watch indicated barely 40 minutes had passed. Darkness had fallen completely, and the forest pressed close on either side of the illuminated path. Every rustle in the undergrowth, every shift of branches overhead made me tense, expecting to see those dark shapes moving parallel to our course. Bella remained hyper-vigilant, occasionally stopping to stare intently into particularly dense sections of forest, before reluctantly continuing forward. Her behavior did not go unnoticed by Ranger Watkins. "Your dog seems pretty spooked," he observed. "They usually sense things before we do." "She's been through a lot today," I deflected, urging Bella forward with gentle pressure on her leash. As promised, a medical technician waited at the ranger station. A young woman who efficiently checked our vital signs and examined the various cuts and scrapes we'd accumulated during our flight through the forest. Satisfied that we required no immediate medical attention, she recommended rest and plenty of fluids. Throughout this process, I noticed Ranger Watkins engaged in low conversation with another uniformed officer who had arrived while we were being examined. They occasionally glanced in our direction, their expressions unreadable in the harsh fluorescent lighting of the station. Eventually, Watkins approached us with a clipboard containing standard forms documenting our experience. As I completed the paperwork, he cleared his throat uncomfortably. "I need to ask, this tunnel you mentioned, could you describe its location more specifically?" Something in his tone made me hesitate. It was off the upper trail, near a small clearing with unusually marked trees. "Why?" He exchanged glances with his colleague before responding. "We need to investigate any potentially unsafe features in the park. Natural tunnels or caves can collapse, posing dangers to hikers." "It wasn't natural," Rebecca stated flatly, her earlier caution apparently abandoned. "Someone, or something, made it." Watkins's expression remained carefully neutral. "Old mining operations existed throughout these hills before the area became a state park. What you found was likely an abandoned prospect tunnel." "It had symbols carved into the walls," I added, studying his reaction. "And there were remains inside." The second ranger stepped forward. "Animal remains are common in sheltered areas. Predators often drag kills to protected locations to feed." Their coordinated response felt rehearsed, as if they'd had this conversation before with other hikers who'd stumbled upon similar discoveries. Before I could press further, Watkins closed the conversation decisively. "We appreciate your report and are glad you made it back safely. The upper trails will be temporarily closed for maintenance while we investigate." As we prepared to leave, the older hiker who had mentioned the disappearances approached us in the parking lot. He glanced toward the ranger station before speaking in a lowered voice. "They won't find anything, you know. They never do. What do you mean? I asked. Whatever you saw up there, whatever chased you, it knows how to hide its traces. Been happening for generations. He handed me a worn business card with a local phone number. If you want to know more, there's a group of us who've had similar experiences. We meet monthly. Before I could respond, he walked away, disappearing into the darkness beyond the lot's perimeter lighting. I pocketed the card without examining it further, suddenly eager to put as much distance as possible between ourselves and Cascade Falls. The drive home passed in near complete silence, both of us lost in our thoughts. Bella eventually succumbed to exhaustion in the back seat, though her sleep was fitful, punctuated by whimpers and twitching legs as she relived the day's trauma and canine dreams. As headlights illuminated the familiar streets of our neighborhood, Rebecca finally spoke. "We can't tell anyone else about this," she said quietly. "Not the details, anyway." I nodded, understanding her reasoning without explanation. The rational world had no framework for what we'd experienced. To share it would invite disbelief at best, concern for our mental health at worst. Yet as we pulled into our driveway, I couldn't escape the sensation that our return to normalcy was an illusion, that we had brought something back with us from those shadowed hills. Not a physical presence, but an awareness of something that existed beyond the boundaries of ordinary human experience. That awareness felt like a burden, knowledge that could never be unlearned or comfortably integrated into daily life. And worse, a growing certainty that what we had encountered was not finished with us, that our escape had been merely the opening chapter of a longer, darker narrative yet to unfold. 3 weeks passed with surprising normalcy. We returned to work, engaged in routine social activities, and gradually the physical evidence of our ordeal faded. The scratches healed, the bruises yellowed and disappeared. Only Bella's behavior remained persistently altered. She refused to enter certain rooms alone, particularly our basement office where the lighting was similar to the forest's dimness. She barked at shadows that slid across our bedroom wall at night and wedged herself between us in bed, something she had never done before. I found myself unable to discard the business card the older hiker had given me. It sat on my nightstand, a tangible reminder that we were not alone in our experience. The number remained uncalled, yet I couldn't bring myself to throw it away, as if doing so would somehow invalidate what had happened to us. Rebecca rarely spoke about that day, though I occasionally caught her staring into the distance, her expression haunted by memories she couldn't share with friends or colleagues. Our relationship became simultaneously closer and more isolated, bound by shared trauma, yet separated from others by the impossibility of articulating our experience. Sleep became problematic for both of us. I found myself waking at odd hours, convinced I'd heard the distinctive clicking sound from the forest. Rebecca experienced recurring nightmares that left her gasping and disoriented, though she refused to describe their content beyond saying, "It's still chasing us." On the surface, we functioned. Beneath, we were unraveling. The breaking point came unexpectedly. While sorting through hiking gear we hadn't touched since that day, I discovered something lodged in the treads of my boots. A small, oddly shaped object that initially resembled a stone or twig. Closer examination revealed it to be neither. The object, approximately the size of a guitar pick, appeared to be carved from bone. One surface bore markings similar to those we'd seen in the underground chamber. I showed it to Rebecca that evening, placing it carefully on our kitchen table. She stared at it with growing horror, then abruptly pushed back her chair. "Burn it," she said, her voice shaking. "Or bury it. I don't care which, but get it out of our house." "It might be evidence of..." "Evidence of what?" she interrupted. "What exactly do you think this proves? That we weren't imagining things? We know what happened to us, but no one else will ever believe it." "The group that man mentioned might," I suggested. "Other people have seen what we saw, experienced what we experienced." Rebecca's expression hardened. "And what good has it done them? Are they any less traumatized? Has anyone taken their accounts seriously?" I had no answer for that. She continued more softly. I need to move forward. We need to move forward, not dwell on this or seek validation from strangers. That night, I stood in our backyard with the bone fragment and a metal trash can. I struck a match, watching the small flame flicker in the evening breeze before dropping it onto the kindling I'd arranged. As the fire caught and grew, I held the fragment over the flames, expecting to feel some sense of closure or relief when it was gone. Instead, I hesitated. Something about destroying this tangible connection to our experience felt wrong, not morally, but pragmatically. As if in erasing the evidence we would somehow become more vulnerable rather than less. In that moment of indecision, Bella began barking frantically from inside the house. Not her usual alert bark at passing delivery trucks or neighborhood cats, but the same terrified sound she'd made in the forest. Through the kitchen window, I could see her pressed against the glass, her entire body rigid with alarm as she stared not at me, but at something beyond me in the darkness at the edge of our property. I turned slowly, the bone fragment still clutched in my hand. The yard appeared empty. The boundary where maintained lawn met the beginning of woods revealed nothing unusual in the dim illumination from our porch light. Yet as I stared, I became aware of a subtle wrongness, a section of shadow that seemed deeper than it should be, more defined in its edges against the surrounding darkness. As I watched, the shadow shifted slightly, not moving location, but somehow adjusting its dimensions, becoming more solid and less easily dismissed as imagination. The familiar clicking sound emerged from that concentrated darkness, faint but unmistakable. I backed toward the house, the fire forgotten, the bone fragment now slick with sweat in my clenched fist. When my shoulder blades touched the back door, I fumbled blindly for the handle, unwilling to take my eyes from the darkness that now seemed to be gradually expanding toward me. Inside, Rebecca stood frozen in the kitchen, her face pale as she watched Bella's frantic reaction to whatever lurked outside. When I burst through the door, slamming and locking it behind me, she didn't ask questions. She simply moved to close all the curtains and blinds, while I checked that every entrance to our home was secured. We spent that night huddled in our bedroom with Bella between us, listening to subtle sounds of movement around the perimeter of our house. Soft scraping against siding, gentle pressure testing windows and doors. By morning, the sounds had ceased, and daylight revealed no evidence of any visitor. No footprints in the soft earth of our garden beds, no scratches on doors or window frames. Only the trash can in the backyard showed any sign of disturbance, tipped over, its contents scattered, the fire long extinguished. The bone fragment was gone. That afternoon, I finally called the number on the business card. A woman's voice answered on the third ring, neither greeting me nor identifying herself. I hesitated, suddenly uncertain what to say. "I found your group's contact information at Cascade Falls," I began awkwardly. "My wife and I had an experience there a few weeks ago." "What trail?" the woman asked without preamble. "The upper trail, beyond the main falls. We found a tunnel." A long silence followed before she responded. "First meeting is just you. No spouse, no friends, no recording devices. We'll text you the location after we verify you're alone." "Verify how?" I asked, but the line had already gone dead. I told Rebecca about the call that evening. She listened without interruption, then asked simply, "Are you going?" "I think I have to," I replied. "Whatever this is, it didn't end when we left the forest. It followed us home. We need to understand what we're dealing with." She nodded slowly. "Just be careful. Remember that trauma can make people believe all kinds of explanations that might not be true." The meeting was scheduled for the following evening at a location I would receive only an hour before the appointed time. As instructed, I went alone, driving to an unremarkable coffee shop in a neighboring town where only 3 other people waited. The older hiker from the park, a middle-aged woman with a prominent scar across her left cheek, and a younger man whose hands trembled slightly as he clutched his coffee cup. Our conversation lasted nearly 3 hours. They shared their own encounters, each story containing elements that resonated with our experience. The unnatural silence, the strange markings, the sensation of being herded rather than directly pursued. The woman, Carol, had actually seen one of the creatures clearly during daylight hours while conducting botanical research in the area 5 years earlier. Her description matched the glimpse I'd caught in the tunnel. Unnaturally tall, covered in what she described as fibrous material that wasn't quite fur or clothing, and possessing abnormally long limbs with too many joints. They've been there as long as there have been historical records of the area, the older man, who introduced himself as Howard, explained. Native tribes avoided those hills entirely. Early settlers reported encounters but were largely disbelieved. What are they? I asked, though I wasn't certain I wanted an answer. We don't know exactly, Carol replied. But they're intelligent, territorial, and apparently capable of limited communication with each other. They could easily eliminate anyone who ventures into their territory, but they don't always choose to. It's more like they're studying us. Testing boundaries, the younger man, Peter, added. Learning our capabilities and limitations. Why hasn't anyone documented this? I pressed. In an age of smartphones and constant documentation, how is this not widely known? Howard smiled grimly. Think about it. Would you have believed any of this 3 months ago? Would you have accepted an account like yours from a stranger? Or would you have dismissed it as delusion, hallucination, or hoax? He had a point. Even now, part of me searched for rational explanations despite having experienced the encounter firsthand. The human mind resists information that fundamentally challenges its understanding of reality. There's something else you should know, Carol said, her voice dropping lower. Once you've encountered them, once they've become aware of you individually, they don't lose interest. They'll find you eventually, wherever you go. What do you mean? I asked, though the bone fragment's disappearance had already suggested the answer. They mark their subjects, Peter explained. Sometimes physically, sometimes through means we don't understand. But they can track those they've interacted with across surprising distances. How do you know this? Carol pulled back her sleeve, revealing a series of parallel scars identical to the markings we'd seen on trees in the forest. Because we've all tried to run, she said simply. And they've all found us, no matter where we've hidden. I left the meeting with more questions than answers, and a growing sense that our encounter at Cascade Falls had not been random chance but the beginning of something we didn't yet understand. The group had offered no solutions, only commiseration, and the cold comfort that we were not alone in our experience. Driving home through darkened streets, I found myself checking the rearview mirror with increasing frequency, unable to shake the sensation of being followed. The rational part of my mind attributed this to heightened anxiety after the meeting's disturbing revelations. The newly awakened part that had experienced the impossible refused to dismiss the feeling so easily. As I pulled into our driveway, the headlights swept across our front yard, briefly illuminating the edge where manicured lawn met the beginning of woodland. In that momentary flash of light, I caught a glimpse of something that shouldn't have been there. A tall, angular figure standing motionless among the trees. It vanished as quickly as it appeared, leaving me questioning whether I'd actually seen anything at all. Inside, Rebecca waited with Bella at her side. One look at my expression told her everything she needed to know about the meeting. They're still watching us, aren't they? She asked quietly. I nodded, unable to soften this reality with comforting lies. The group believes they mark certain people for ongoing observation. That once they've identified someone of interest, they don't simply let them go. What do we do? It was the question I'd been dreading, because I had no satisfactory answer. The group's members had been living with this reality for years, adapting to occasional encounters and unexplained phenomena without finding any permanent resolution. We stay vigilant, I said finally. We document everything, compare notes with others who've had similar experiences. and we don't hike in unfamiliar forests anymore. Rebecca attempted a smile that didn't reach her eyes. So we just live with this? Except that there are things in the world beyond normal understanding, and some of them have taken an interest in us? For now, I agreed, though the words felt hollow even as I spoke them. That night, as we prepared for bed, Bella's head suddenly lifted from her paws, ears pricked forward in alert attention. She rose slowly, moving to the bedroom window that overlooked our backyard. A low growl built in her throat as she stared into the darkness beyond the glass. Rebecca and I exchanged glances, neither of us willing to look and confirm what we already knew. That something waited in the shadows, watching and assessing. Something patient and methodical that operated according to its own incomprehensible agenda. Something that had followed us from the wilderness into the supposed safety of civilization, blurring the boundaries we had always trusted to separate humanity from the unknown. We turned off the lights and lay in darkness, listening to Bella's continued growls and the almost imperceptible sounds of movement outside our home. Neither of us spoke the truth we both understood. This was not the end of our story, but merely a pause between chapters in an ongoing narrative we had never asked to join but could not escape. In the morning, we would again pretend normalcy. We would go to work, interact with colleagues, maintain the comforting fiction that the world operates according to known rules and predictable patterns. But in quiet moments, when shadows deepened and the veil between ordinary reality and something else grew thin, we would remember what lurked beyond that boundary, and know with terrible certainty that it remembered us as well. The summer I turned 14 was supposed to be the adventure of a lifetime. My parents had arranged for me to spend 2 months with my Aunt Carmen and Uncle Roberto in Northern California, along with my twin cousins Diego and Sofia. It was my first time away from home for such an extended period, and the excitement had been building for months. California was everything I had imagined and more. The endless sunshine, the palm trees swaying in warm breezes, and the promise of theme parks and beaches made every day feel like a vacation. Carmen and Roberto lived in a modest house in Sacramento, but they had planned an incredible summer filled with activities that would make any teenager jealous. Those first 3 weeks flew by in a blur of excitement. We spent days at Six Flags, screaming our lungs out on roller coasters that defied gravity. The water parks provided relief from the scorching California heat, and I learned to body surf at Santa Cruz Beach. Diego taught me Spanish curse words that would have made my mother wash my mouth out with soap, while Sofia showed me how to braid friendship bracelets during our long car rides. Universal Studios. Hollywood was a dream come true. Walking through the movie sets, seeing the actual props from films I'd watched dozens of times, and experiencing the studio tour made me feel like I was living inside a movie myself. The Wizarding World section transported me to another universe entirely, and I must have spent a fortune on butterbeer and chocolate frogs. But it was the announcement of our camping trip that truly set my heart racing with anticipation. Carmen had been planning this adventure for months, coordinating with her longtime friend Patricia, whose family would be joining us for a week in the Redwood National and State Parks. Patricia had managed to secure a reservation at one of the remote cabins deep within the forest, a place where cell phone service was non-existent and the nearest town was over an hour's drive away. The drive north took us through landscapes that seemed pulled from a fantasy novel. Rolling hills gave way to dense forests, and soon we were surrounded by trees that stretched toward the sky like ancient cathedral pillars. The redwoods were unlike anything I had ever seen. Massive, ancient giants that had been standing for centuries before my great-grandparents were even born. When we finally arrived at the park, I was struck speechless by the sheer magnitude of these natural skyscrapers. Some of the trees were so wide that our entire family could hold hands around the trunk and still not encompass their girth. The forest floor was carpeted with thick layers of fallen needles that muffled our footsteps, creating an almost sacred silence broken only by the occasional bird call or rustling of small animals in the underbrush. Patricia's family had already arrived and settled into the cabin when we pulled up. The structure was rustic but comfortable, with a wraparound porch and large windows that offered stunning views of the surrounding forest. Patricia greeted us warmly, introducing her husband Carlos and their 2 children, 10-year-old Miguel and 8-year-old Isabella. Our camping setup was simple but effective. We pitched our large family tent about a 5-minute walk from the cabin, following a well-worn path that wound between the massive tree trunks. During daylight hours, the walk was pleasant and easy, with dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy above and the gentle sounds of nature providing a soothing soundtrack. The first few days were perfect. We hiked along established trails, marveling at the diversity of plant life that thrived in the redwood ecosystem. We discovered hidden groves where the trees formed natural amphitheaters, and quiet streams where we could sit and listen to the water babbling over smooth stones. Uncle Roberto taught us how to identify different types of ferns and mushrooms, while Carmen shared stories about the Native American tribes who had called these forests home for thousands of years. Evenings were spent at the cabin, gathered around the dinner table sharing stories of our daily adventures. Patricia was an excellent cook, and she delighted in preparing elaborate meals that filled the cabin with the aromas of garlic, herbs, and home-cooked goodness. After dinner, we would play board games, share ghost stories, or simply sit on the porch listening to the night sounds of the forest. But as comfortable as I felt during those daylight hours, something about the nighttime transformation of the forest unsettled me in ways I couldn't quite articulate. When darkness fell, the friendly, majestic trees seemed to take on more sinister personalities. The familiar paths became obstacle courses of hidden roots and fallen branches. The sounds that had been comforting during the day, rustling leaves, distant animal calls, the creaking of ancient wood, became mysterious and potentially threatening. Our flashlights created small circles of safety in an ocean of impenetrable darkness. Beyond their reach, the forest held secrets that my imagination filled with increasingly unsettling possibilities. Every shadow could hide watching eyes, every sound could signal approaching danger, and every step away from the cabin's warm lights felt like a journey into the unknown. By our 4th night in the redwoods, a comfortable routine had established itself. After dinner and evening activities at the cabin, our family would gather our belongings, check our flashlights, and make the short but increasingly nerve-wracking journey back to our tent. What should have been a simple 5-minute walk had become a nightly test of courage that I secretly dreaded. The ritual always began the same way. Carmen would announce that it was time to head back, and we would reluctantly gather our things. Roberto would double-check that our flashlights had fresh batteries, while Diego and Sofia would argue about who had to carry the heavier backpack. I would stand by the cabin door, looking out into the wall of darkness that seemed to press against the windows like a living thing. The moment we stepped off the cabin's porch, the temperature seemed to drop by 10 degrees. The warm yellow light from the windows would fade behind us with alarming speed, swallowed by the hungry darkness of the forest. Our flashlight beams would dance ahead of us, illuminating a constantly shifting landscape of massive tree trunks, fallen logs, and undergrowth that seemed to move just beyond the edge of our vision. Roberto always led our small procession, his confident stride and steady flashlight beam providing a sense of security. Carmen would follow closely behind him, often carrying Isabella when the young girl grew tired. Diego and Sofia usually walked together in the middle of our group, their whispered conversations and occasional nervous laughter helping to break the oppressive silence of the night forest. And then there was me, inevitably bringing up the rear. Despite my best efforts to keep pace with the others, I found myself falling behind night after night. Whether it was my natural tendency to observe my surroundings more carefully, or simply a subconscious reluctance to venture deeper into the darkness, I consistently found myself becoming separated from the group by several yards. This positioning made me acutely aware of everything happening around us as we walked. I noticed how our footsteps seemed unnaturally loud in the stillness, crushing dried needles and snapping small twigs with sounds that echoed through the trees. I observed how our flashlight beams created wildly dancing shadows that transformed familiar daytime landmarks into threatening, unrecognizable shapes. Most unsettling of all was the sensation that we were not alone in the forest. While I never saw anything concrete, I frequently had the distinct impression that something was watching our nightly procession. It was a feeling that started as a small itch between my shoulder blades and gradually spread throughout my body. The unmistakable sensation of being observed by hidden eyes. The forest itself seemed to respond to our presence in ways that I found increasingly disturbing. Sounds that had been constant during our passage would suddenly stop, as if the wildlife was holding its breath and waiting for us to pass. Then, moments after we had moved on, the normal forest noises would resume behind us, creating the unsettling impression that we were moving through a wave of unnatural silence. Our pathway wound between trees so massive that their trunks disappeared into darkness above and below our flashlight beams. These ancient giants created a maze-like environment where familiar landmarks were easily lost in the shadows. More than once I found myself momentarily disoriented, unsure whether we were still following the correct path or had somehow wandered into unexplored territory. The undergrowth on either side of our trail rustled constantly with the movements of unseen creatures. While logic told me these were probably just small mammals, birds, or insects going about their nocturnal business, my imagination populated the darkness with increasingly sinister possibilities. Every rustling bush could hide something watching us. Every snapping twig could signal the approach of something we couldn't see. Roberto tried to maintain a cheerful atmosphere during these nightly walks, pointing out interesting features visible in our flashlight beams or sharing facts about redwood ecology. But even his normally confident voice seemed smaller and less reassuring when surrounded by the vast darkness of the ancient forest. Carmen would occasionally call back to ensure that everyone was keeping up, her voice carrying a note of maternal concern that suggested she, too, felt the oppressive weight of the nighttime forest. As we walked, I found myself developing an almost obsessive habit of checking behind us. Every few steps, I would turn around and shine my flashlight back along the path we had just traveled, scanning for any signs of movement or watching eyes. These backward glances never revealed anything concrete, but they did nothing to alleviate the growing certainty that something was following us through the darkness. The trees themselves seemed to watch our progress with ancient, patient intelligence. Their massive forms loomed over us like silent sentinels, their bark deeply grooved and scarred by centuries of weather and growth. In the shifting light of our flashlights, these natural textures created faces and shapes that appeared to move and change as we passed. The fifth night began like all the others, but there was something different in the air. A tension that I couldn't quite identify but felt in every fiber of my being. Dinner at the cabin had been particularly enjoyable, with Patricia preparing her famous enchiladas and Carlos entertaining us with stories from his childhood in Mexico. The evening had stretched longer than usual, filled with laughter and animated conversation that made the inevitable return to our tent feel even more daunting. By the time Carmen announced it was time to head back, it was nearly 11 o'clock, later than we had ever started our nighttime journey. The darkness outside seemed deeper and more impenetrable than usual, pressing against the cabin windows with an almost aggressive intensity. When Roberto opened the door to check the weather, a rush of cold air swept into the warm cabin, carrying with it the scent of decomposing leaves and something else, something wild and animal-like that made my stomach clench with unease. The temperature had dropped significantly since sunset, and our breath formed small clouds in the beam of our flashlights as we prepared for the walk. Carmen had packed an extra sweater in her bag, and she insisted that Sophia wear it despite the girls' protests that she wasn't cold. Roberto checked and rechecked our flashlights, replacing batteries in 2 of them even though they seemed to be working perfectly well. As we said our goodbyes to Patricia's family, I noticed that even they seemed reluctant to let us go. Carlos offered multiple times to drive us to our campsite, despite the fact that the path was far too narrow for any vehicle. Patricia suggested that we might want to consider sleeping on the cabin floor, an offer that Carmen politely declined, but I secretly wished she would accept. The moment we stepped off the cabin porch, I knew this night would be different from all the others. The usual sounds of the forest, The gentle rustling of leaves, the distant calls of night birds, the occasional scurrying of small animals were completely absent. The redwood forest, normally alive with subtle sounds and movements, was wrapped in a silence so complete it felt almost artificial. Our footsteps seemed unnaturally loud in this unnatural quiet, each step on the forest floor producing sounds that seemed to echo between the massive tree trunks. Roberto's usual commentary about forest features was replaced by tense silence, and even Diego and Sofia had stopped their normal chatter. We walked in a procession that felt more like a funeral march than a casual stroll to our campsite. As we moved deeper into the forest, I became increasingly aware that the normal arrangement of our group was being disrupted. Roberto was walking faster than usual, his flashlight beam sweeping nervously from side to side as if searching for something he expected to find. Carmen was struggling to keep up with his pace, while also ensuring that the younger children didn't fall behind. Diego and Sofia, usually so confident and playful, had moved closer together and were walking in almost perfect synchronization, their small hands occasionally reaching out to touch each other for reassurance. Their whispered conversations had stopped entirely, replaced by tense breathing and the sound of their footsteps on the forest floor. And I, as always, found myself falling behind the group. But tonight, the distance between me and the others seemed to grow more rapidly than usual. Whether they were walking faster out of nervousness or I was walking slower out of an inexplicable reluctance to proceed, the gap between us widened with each step we took. The beam of my flashlight seemed weaker than usual, barely penetrating the thick darkness that surrounded us. The massive redwood trunks loomed like ancient guardians in the circle of light, their deeply grooved bark creating patterns that seemed to shift and move as my light played across them. Above us, the canopy was completely invisible, lost in a darkness so complete it felt like we were walking through an underground cavern rather than an open forest. Every few steps, I found myself stopping to listen, convinced that I had heard something moving in the underbrush beside our path. But each time I paused to focus on these sounds, the forest would fall into that unnatural silence, as if whatever I had heard was now motionless, waiting and watching. When I would finally move forward again, the sounds would resume just at the edge of my hearing, subtle rustlings and soft footfalls that seemed to match my own pace. The temperature continued to drop as we walked, and I could feel the cold seeping through my jacket and settling into my bones. My breath formed increasingly large clouds in the beam of my flashlight, and I began to shiver despite my layers of clothing. The cold seemed to be coming from the forest itself, radiating from the massive trees and the dark spaces between them. As the distance between me and the rest of my family continued to grow, I felt an increasing sense of isolation and vulnerability. Their flashlight beams were becoming smaller and more distant, reduced to flickering points of light that seemed to dance between the tree trunks ahead of me. Their voices, when I could hear them at all, sounded muffled and strange, as if the forest was absorbing and distorting the sound. It was in this state of growing unease and isolation that I first heard my name being called from the darkness behind me. The sound of my name cut through the oppressive silence of the forest like a knife through silk. It was soft at first, barely distinguishable from the subtle sounds of wind moving through the redwood canopy far above us. But as I stopped walking and strained to listen, I heard it again, clearer this time, and unmistakably calling my name. The voice was coming from somewhere behind me, back in the direction of the cabin we had left just minutes earlier. My first rational thought was that Patricia had discovered something we had forgotten, perhaps a phone charger or one of Sofia's stuffed animals, and was hurrying through the forest to return it to us. This explanation made perfect sense and should have provided immediate relief from the anxiety that had been building throughout our walk. But something about the voice didn't sound quite right. While it definitely seemed to be Patricia's voice, there was a quality to it that I couldn't immediately identify. But that made my stomach tighten with unease. It was as if her voice was being filtered through some kind of electronic device, or as if she was calling from a great distance despite sounding relatively close. I stopped walking completely and turned around, shining my flashlight back along the path we had just traveled. The beam illuminated the familiar landscape of massive tree trunks and forest undergrowth, but I couldn't see any sign of Patricia or anyone else who might have been following us. The pathway stretched back into darkness beyond the reach of my light, empty and silent except for the echo of my name still seeming to hang in the air. Ahead of me, my family continued walking, apparently unaware that I had stopped. The distance between us was now significant enough that their flashlight beams appeared as distant, flickering stars through the forest of tree trunks. I could still hear their footsteps and occasional conversation, but the sounds seemed muffled and far away, as if they were in a completely different part of the forest. I called out toward the darkness behind me, using Patricia's name and asking if everything was all right. My voice sounded unnaturally loud in the silence of the forest, and it seemed to be absorbed by the massive trees without producing any echo or response. I waited for several seconds, listening intently for any reply, but heard nothing except the sound of my own breathing and the distant footsteps of my family moving further away. Then I heard my name again, more clearly this time, and definitely coming from somewhere in the darkness behind me. But now I was certain that something was wrong with the voice. While it still sounded like Patricia, there was a strange, hollow quality to it that reminded me of old audio recordings or voices heard through damaged speakers. The tone was also wrong. Too flat, too emotionless, lacking the warmth and inflection that characterized Patricia's normal speech patterns. Despite these unsettling observations, the rational part of my mind continued to insist that Patricia must be trying to catch up with us for some perfectly innocent reason. Perhaps she was calling through cupped hands, which could account for the strange acoustic qualities I was noticing. Or maybe she was slightly out of breath from hurrying through the forest, which could explain the flat, strained tone of her voice. With these explanations providing some comfort, I decided to walk back toward the voice and see what Patricia needed. I called out to my family to let them know I would catch up with them in a moment, but they were now far enough away that I wasn't sure if they heard me. Their flashlight beams had disappeared entirely behind the forest of tree trunks, leaving me alone in my small circle of light. As I began walking back along the path, I heard my name called again, this time with what seemed like increased urgency. The voice was definitely closer now, but the strange, distorted quality was becoming more pronounced rather than less. It was beginning to sound less like Patricia calling through cupped hands and more like a recording of Patricia's voice being played through a damaged audio system. The forest around me seemed to respond to my change in direction in ways that I found increasingly disturbing. The oppressive silence that had characterized our entire walk was broken by new sounds, subtle rustlings in the undergrowth, soft footfalls that seemed to match my own pace, and what sounded like branches being carefully moved aside by something large moving parallel to the path. My flashlight beam, which had seemed inadequate throughout our walk, now appeared to be growing weaker with each step I took away from my family. The circle of light around me was shrinking, making the massive redwood trunks seem to press closer and closer. The familiar pathway, which I had walked multiple times over the past few days, suddenly seemed foreign and threatening. As I continued walking toward the voice, I became increasingly aware that the normal sounds of a forest at night, the calls of nocturnal birds, the rustling of small mammals, the subtle sounds of insects, were completely absent. The redwood forest, which should have been alive with the activities of countless creatures, was wrapped in a silence so complete it felt almost supernatural. The cold was also becoming more intense, seeping through my jacket and settling into my bones despite the physical activity of walking. My breath formed increasingly large clouds in the beam of my flashlight, and I began to shiver uncontrollably. But this wasn't the normal cold of a forest night. It felt somehow wrong, as if it was coming from something other than the natural drop in temperature after sunset. When I heard my name called for the fourth time, I knew with absolute certainty that whatever was calling me was not Patricia. The voice retained her vocal patterns and intonation, but it was now obviously artificial. A perfect imitation that was just slightly off in ways that my subconscious mind had been trying to warn me about from the very beginning. The moment I realized that the voice calling my name was not Patricia, every instinct in my body began screaming at me to run. But instead of fleeing, I found myself frozen in place, my flashlight beam trembling in my hand as I strained to peer into the darkness ahead. The voice had stopped calling, but I could sense a presence in the forest around me, something watching, waiting, and evaluating my next move. The silence that followed was unlike anything I had ever experienced. It wasn't simply the absence of sound, but rather a complete void that seemed to absorb even the small noises I was making, my breathing, the rustling of my jacket, even the soft electrical hum of my flashlight. It was as if the forest itself had stopped functioning, suspended in a moment of unnatural stillness. But then, just at the edge of my hearing, I detected something that made my blood freeze in my veins. It was the sound of breathing. Slow, deliberate, and definitely not human. The rhythm was wrong, too deep and too controlled, like something that was consciously trying to mimic human respiratory patterns, but couldn't quite manage the natural irregularity of unconscious breathing. I slowly moved my flashlight beam back and forth across the forest ahead of me, searching for the source of this unsettling sound. The light revealed the familiar landscape of massive redwood trunks and thick undergrowth. But everything seemed somehow different now. More threatening, more alive with malevolent possibility. Shadows that had been simple gaps between trees during our previous walks now appeared to writhe and shift, as if they were hiding something that didn't want to be seen. The breathing sound continued, seeming to come from multiple directions at once. Sometimes it appeared to be directly ahead of me, sometimes to my left or right, and occasionally it seemed to be coming from above, as if something was perched in the lower branches of the massive trees. This shifting location made it impossible for me to focus my light on any specific area, and I found myself spinning slowly in place, trying to track a sound that seemed to move independently of any physical source. As I stood there turning in confused circles, I became aware of another disturbing phenomenon. The darkness beyond my flashlight beam wasn't simply the normal black of night in a dense forest. Instead, it seemed to have texture and depth, as if it was a physical substance that was actively resisting the penetration of my light. When I moved the beam away from an area and then quickly moved it back, I could swear that the darkness was flowing back into place like thick liquid. My name was called again, but this time the voice came from a completely different direction. Off to my right, where the forest floor sloped gently downward toward what I remembered being a small creek. But now the voice had changed in other ways as well. While it still maintained Patricia's basic vocal characteristics, it had taken on an urgent, almost desperate quality that was completely unlike her normal calm demeanor. The false urgency in the voice triggered something in my memory. A conversation I had overheard between Carmen and my mother before I left for California. They had been discussing local folklore and superstitions, and Carmen had mentioned something about entities that lived in remote wilderness areas and used imitated voices to lure people away from safety. At the time, I had dismissed it as typical adult superstition, but now those half-remembered warnings came flooding back with terrifying clarity. Understanding that I was dealing with something that was definitely not human, I began to back slowly toward where I hoped my family was still walking. But as I moved, I discovered that my sense of direction had become completely confused. The pathway that should have been directly behind me seemed to have disappeared, replaced by dense undergrowth that I couldn't remember seeing earlier. My flashlight beam revealed no clear trail in any direction, just an endless maze of tree trunks and shadowy spaces between them. The breathing sounds were getting closer now, and they were being joined by other noises that made my skin crawl with primitive terror. There was a soft scratching sound, like claws being dragged across bark, and occasional soft thuds that could have been footsteps, or something dropping from the trees above. Most disturbing of all was a low, rumbling sound that seemed to come from deep within the chest of something much larger than any animal I knew lived in these forests. As these sounds closed in around me, I caught my first glimpse of what had been calling my name. It was just a flash of movement in my peripheral vision, but it was enough to confirm my worst fears. The shape was wrong. too tall and thin, moving in ways that no human body could move, with proportions that suggested something that had learned to imitate human form, but had never quite mastered the details. When I turned my flashlight toward where I had seen the movement, I found nothing but empty forest. But now I could smell something that hadn't been there before. A wild animal scent mixed with something else that reminded me of old meat and wet fur. The odor was strong enough to make me gag, and it seemed to be getting stronger with each passing moment. My name was called one final time, but now the voice had dropped all pretense of being Patricia. It was still recognizably her vocal patterns, but distorted and wrong in ways that made it clear that whatever was producing the sound had never been human. The tone was hungry and predatory, filled with an alien intelligence that viewed me as prey rather than a person. That final, obviously inhuman call broke the spell of paralysis that had been holding me in place. Every survival instinct inherited from thousands of generations of human ancestors suddenly activated, flooding my system with adrenaline and an overwhelming compulsion to flee. Without conscious thought, I spun around and began running through the forest, crashing through undergrowth and bouncing off tree trunks in my desperate attempt to escape whatever was stalking me. Running through a redwood forest at night, while being pursued by something inhuman, is an experience that defies rational description. Every step was a leap of faith into darkness. Every shadow could hide a route that would send me tumbling, and every second that passed brought me closer to complete panic. My flashlight beam bobbed wildly as I ran, creating a strobe light effect that transformed the forest into a series of frozen snapshots. Tree trunk, undergrowth, more tree trunks, and always the impenetrable darkness just beyond my light. Behind me, I could hear sounds that confirmed my worst fears about what was following me. There were footsteps, but they didn't follow the regular rhythm of human running. Instead, they came in irregular patterns, sometimes rapid like a four-legged animal, sometimes slow and deliberate like something carefully choosing its footing, and occasionally stopping altogether as if the creature was pausing to track my scent or listen for my location. The sounds weren't limited to footsteps. I could hear branches being pushed aside with more force than any human would use, and occasionally there would be scratching sounds against tree bark that suggested claws rather than hands. Most terrifying of all were the breathing sounds, which had evolved from the artificial human-like pattern I had first noticed into something that was definitely animal but far too large and intelligent to be any creature I knew lived in these forests. As I crashed through the undergrowth, I tried desperately to remember the layout of the forest and find my way back to either the cabin or our campsite. But in my panic and the disorienting darkness, I had lost all sense of direction. The massive redwood trunks all looked identical in my wildly swinging flashlight beam, and the undergrowth between them seemed to have rearranged itself into configurations I didn't remember from our previous walks. My lungs were burning from the cold air and the exertion of running, and my legs were beginning to shake from the adrenaline and fear. But every time I considered slowing down or stopping to catch my breath, I would hear those pursuing sounds behind me and force myself to continue. Whatever was following me was persistent and patient, maintaining a steady distance that suggested it was playing with me rather than trying to catch me immediately. The forest itself seemed to be working against my escape. Roots appeared out of nowhere to catch my feet, branches hung at exactly the right height to slap against my face and chest, and the undergrowth seemed to grow thicker and more tangled with every step I took. My jacket was torn in several places from encounters with thorns and sharp branches, and I could feel scratches on my face and hands from the various obstacles I had crashed through. Most disturbing of all was the growing realization that the sounds behind me were becoming more coordinated and purposeful. What had started as random pursuit noises were organizing into patterns that suggested intelligence and strategy. The creature was learning my running patterns, anticipating my changes in direction, and gradually herding me away from any area where I might find help or safety. As this understanding dawned on me, I forced myself to stop running and listen carefully to what was happening around me. The immediate silence that followed was almost more terrifying than the sounds had been. Whatever was pursuing me had also stopped, and I could sense it somewhere in the darkness nearby, waiting and watching to see what I would do next. In the relative quiet, I could hear my own heart pounding and my labored breathing, but I could also detect something else, the distant sound of human voices calling my name. But these voices were different from the artificial imitation that had lured me away from my family. These were real human voices, filled with genuine concern and growing panic. Carmen, Roberto, and my cousins had realized I was missing and were searching for me. The relief I felt at hearing their voices was immediately tempered by a new fear, that whatever was stalking me might also hear them and turn its attention to my family. The creature had already demonstrated its ability to imitate human voices perfectly, and I realized that it might use this ability to lure my relatives into the same trap that had caught me. With this terrifying possibility in mind, I began moving as quietly as possible toward the sound of the real voices, trying to avoid making any noise that might alert the creature to my family's location. But as I crept through the forest, I became aware that the sounds of pursuit had resumed behind me. Whatever was following me was also moving toward the voices, staying just far enough behind me to remain hidden while using me to lead it to new prey. The next few minutes became a nightmare game of cat and mouse through the dark forest. I tried to move quickly enough to reach my family before the creature could catch either them or me, while also trying to move quietly enough to avoid leading it directly to them. Behind me, I could hear it matching my pace perfectly, sometimes stopping when I stopped, sometimes moving when I moved, always maintaining that perfect distance that kept it just beyond the reach of my flashlight. The voices of my family were getting closer, but they were also becoming more frantic. I could hear Carmen calling my name with increasing desperation, and Roberto shouting instructions to Diego and Sofia about staying close and keeping their flashlights pointed outward. They had clearly realized that something was seriously wrong, but they had no idea what kind of danger they were walking into. Just as I was beginning to think I might reach them safely, I heard something that made my blood freeze. It was my own voice, calling out to Carmen from somewhere behind me and to my left. The imitation was perfect. Every inflection, every tone, even the slight breathlessness that would be natural if I had been running through the forest. But I was standing perfectly still, listening to something else use my voice to call to my aunt. The realization that the creature could imitate not just Patricia's voice, but my voice as well, filled me with a terror so complete that I nearly collapsed. If it could sound exactly like me, there was no way for my family to distinguish between the real me and the creature when we finally encountered each other. They might run toward the wrong voice. Or worse, they might not trust the real me when I tried to warn them about the danger. The sound of my own voice calling from the wrong direction galvanized me into action like nothing else could have. I abandoned all attempts at stealth and began running toward my family's voices, crashing through the underbrush and shouting warnings at the top of my lungs. My words came out in a panicked jumble. Warnings about something following me, pleas for them to stay together, and desperate assurances that I was the real me, and not whatever was imitating my voice from the forest. Carmen's voice reached me first, cutting through my panic with the kind of authoritative tone that only mothers and aunts can produce in moments of crisis. She was shouting my name repeatedly, but she was also giving rapid instructions to Roberto and the children about forming a tight group and keeping their flashlights pointed outward in all directions. Her voice carried a level of fear that I had never heard from her before, but it was mixed with determination and protective fury that made it clear she would fight anything that threatened her family. When I finally crashed through a thicket of ferns and found myself in the circle of their combined flashlight beams, the relief was so overwhelming that I nearly collapsed. Carmen immediately grabbed me and pulled me into the center of their protective formation, while Roberto began rapidly examining me for injuries. Diego and Sofia pressed close against me, their small hands gripping my jacket as if they were afraid I might disappear again. But even as I felt the safety of being reunited with my family, I was acutely aware that we were far from out of danger. The sounds of pursuit that had been following me through the forest had not stopped when I reached the others. Instead, they had changed, becoming more cautious and circling around our position like a predator evaluating its prey. I could hear movement in the darkness beyond our flashlight beams, soft footfalls, rustling undergrowth, and that artificial breathing pattern that had first alerted me to the creature's inhuman nature. Roberto had taken charge of our group with military-like precision, positioning us in a tight formation with the children in the center and the adults facing outward with flashlights and the few improvised weapons he could quickly gather. A heavy walking stick, a large rock, and the camping knife from his belt. His voice was calm and controlled as he gave instructions, but I could see the fear in his eyes as he scanned the darkness around us. I tried to explain what had happened to me, but my words came out in fragmented bursts between gasps for air. I told them about the voice imitating Patricia, about the breathing sounds and the wrongness of everything I had encountered, and about the thing that had been pursuing me through the forest. As I spoke, I could see understanding and horror dawning in their faces, particularly in Carmen's eyes as she recognized elements of the folklore she had grown up with. "Skinwalker," she whispered, and the words seemed to carry physical weight in the darkness around us. Roberto nodded grimly, clearly familiar with the term and its implications. Even Diego and Sofia seemed to understand the significance of the word, their small bodies pressing even closer to the adults as their eyes darted nervously toward the shadows beyond our lights. As if responding to Carmen's identification, the sounds around us became more aggressive and purposeful. The creature, or creatures, as I was beginning to suspect there might be more than one, began calling to us in voices we recognized. First, it was Patricia's voice, asking if we had found me and offering to help search. Then it was Carlos's voice, claiming that they had been looking for us and asking us to follow his voice back to the cabin. Most disturbing of all was when it began using my voice again, calling from multiple directions simultaneously, and creating the impossible scenario of hearing myself speak from several different locations in the forest. The effect was disorienting and psychologically devastating, making it difficult for any of us to trust our own perceptions of what was real and what was artificial. Roberto made the decision that probably saved all our lives. Instead of trying to follow any of the voices or attempting to navigate back to familiar territory, he led us to the base of the largest redwood tree in our immediate vicinity. These ancient giants often had hollow spaces at their bases where centuries of weather and decay had carved out natural shelters. We squeezed into one of these hollows, positioning ourselves so that we could see out in all directions while having solid wood at our backs. The tree hollow provided both physical protection and psychological comfort. The massive redwood trunk was too large for any creature to climb easily, and the hollow was just large enough for our family to huddle together while still being able to defend the opening. Roberto positioned himself at the mouth of the hollow with his improvised weapons, while Carmen used her body to shield the children and kept her flashlight pointed outward. From our defensive position, we could observe the creature's behavior more safely. What we saw confirmed our worst fears about the intelligence and persistence of what we were dealing with. The sounds of movement around our hiding place became more systematic and methodical, suggesting that the creature was carefully examining our shelter and looking for weaknesses or alternative approaches. Occasionally, we would catch glimpses of movement in our flashlight beams, never long enough or clear enough to see exactly what we were dealing with, but sufficient to confirm that something large and wrong was circling our position. The shapes we saw were too tall and moved in ways that no known animal could move, with proportions that suggested something that had learned to imitate human form, but had never quite perfected the mimicry. The vocal imitations continued throughout the night, becoming increasingly sophisticated and psychologically targeted. The creature began using the voices of my parents, calling my name with exactly the inflections and emotional tones they would use if they were genuinely worried about me. It imitated my grandmother's voice, speaking in Spanish and using pet names that only she had ever called me. Most cruelly of all, it began using the voice of my younger sister, pleading for me to help her because she was lost and scared. The first hints of dawn came not as visible light, but as a gradual change in the quality of darkness around us. The absolute black of the forest night slowly began to differentiate into shades of gray, and the oppressive weight of complete darkness gradually lifted from our shoulders. With this subtle change came an equally gradual cessation of the sounds that had terrorized us throughout the night. The creature's vocal imitations became less frequent and less convincing as the darkness faded. It was as if the approaching daylight was somehow weakening its power or confidence, forcing it to retreat to whatever hidden spaces it occupied during daylight hours. The last voice we heard was a perfect imitation of my mother calling my name, but it came from such a great distance that it sounded more like a final threat than an immediate danger. As full daylight finally penetrated the forest canopy, we cautiously emerged from our hiding place in the hollow of the massive redwood. Roberto led our small group with even more caution than he had shown during our nighttime terror, constantly scanning the forest around us and insisting that we maintain our tight formation even in the apparent safety of daylight. The forest looked completely different in the morning light. The massive trees that had seemed threatening and maze-like in the darkness were revealed to be familiar landmarks that we had passed many times during our previous walks. The undergrowth that had appeared dense and impenetrable in our flashlight beams was actually fairly sparse and easy to navigate. Most remarkably of all, we discovered that we were less than 100 yards from our campsite, having spent the entire night practically within sight of our tent. But even in the comforting light of day, there were signs of the previous night's encounter that couldn't be explained away as imagination or fear-induced hallucinations. The forest floor around our hiding place was marked with tracks unlike anything any of us had ever seen. They were roughly human-shaped but far too large, with claw marks instead of normal toe impressions and a gait pattern that suggested something that moved on two legs but wasn't quite comfortable with bipedal locomotion. More disturbing were the scratch marks on several of the trees surrounding our overnight shelter. These gouges in the bark were too high and too deep to have been made by any known animal, and they formed patterns that suggested intelligence rather than random animal behavior. Some of the marks appeared to be symbols or pictographs, crude but purposeful scratches that conveyed meaning in some alien language. When we finally made it back to the cabin, Patricia and Carlos were awake and preparing breakfast, completely unaware of the terror we had experienced during the night. Their casual morning routine and cheerful greetings seemed surreal after what we had been through, and it took several minutes for us to find the words to explain why we looked like we had been through a battle. Patricia's reaction to our story was immediate and chilling. She didn't express skepticism or suggest alternative explanations for our experience. Instead, her face went pale, and she began rapidly packing their belongings, insisting that both families needed to leave the forest immediately. When Roberto asked why she was so certain about the danger, she revealed that she had grown up in an area where encounters with skinwalkers were part of local folklore and family history. According to Patricia, skinwalkers were malevolent entities that inhabited remote wilderness areas and possessed the ability to perfectly imitate human voices and appearance. They used these abilities to lure people away from safety, either to feed on them or to steal their identities and infiltrate human communities. Most importantly, she explained that they were primarily nocturnal creatures that became significantly less powerful and more vulnerable during daylight hours. The revelation that skinwalkers were real, documented threats rather than mere folklore sent chills through our entire group. Patricia's matter-of-fact discussion of their habits and vulnerabilities made it clear that we had been incredibly fortunate to survive our encounter. According to her family's traditions, skinwalkers typically didn't give up after a single failed hunt, and they were known to follow potential prey for days or even weeks, waiting for another opportunity to isolate and attack them. Within 2 hours of sunrise, both families had packed all our belongings and were driving away from the redwood forest. As we put distance between ourselves and the scene of our terrifying encounter, I found myself looking back through the car windows at the massive trees that had hidden such an ancient and malevolent presence. The forest looked peaceful and beautiful in the morning sunlight, giving no hint of the horrors that emerged after dark. But even as we drove toward safety and civilization, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed us out of the forest. It was nothing concrete, no voices calling my name, no visible signs of pursuit. Just an persistent sense that we were still being watched and evaluated by intelligences that viewed humans as prey rather than people. The drive back to Carmen and Roberto's house was conducted in relative silence, with all of us processing the reality of what we had experienced. The comfortable skepticism that allows most people to dismiss supernatural encounters as imagination or misperception had been completely shattered by our night in the redwood forest. We had come face to face with something that existed outside the boundaries of normal human experience, and that knowledge would change all of us permanently. Patricia's family left for their own home that same afternoon, but not before she had shared additional information about skinwalker encounters and protection methods. She gave us small pouches of sage and other herbs that were traditionally used to ward off malevolent spirits, and she taught us prayers and protective rituals that her grandmother had passed down through generations of women who lived in areas where such creatures were known to exist. As I write this account several years later, I still carry one of those herb pouches with me wherever I travel. And while I have never had another encounter with a skinwalker, I have never again taken for granted the safety of familiar places or the reliability of familiar voices calling from the darkness. The forest taught me that the world contains intelligences and malevolent forces that exist entirely outside human understanding, and that knowledge has made me both more cautious and more grateful for the simple safety of home and family. The redwood forest continues to draw millions of visitors each year, and most of them experience nothing more threatening than mosquito bites and sore feet. But I know that when darkness falls among those ancient trees, other things emerge to hunt and stalk and wait for the unwary traveler who strays too far from the safety of human companionship. And sometimes, late at night when I'm lying in bed in my safe suburban home, I can still hear my name being called by voices that sound like people I love but contain nothing human behind their perfect mimicry. The alarm clock's harsh buzzing cut through the pre-dawn darkness at 4:45 a.m. on that crisp April morning in 2019. At 17, I had grown accustomed to these early starts, but something felt different as I pulled on my worn jeans and flannel shirt. The air held an unusual stillness that made my skin crawl in ways I couldn't yet understand. Our ranch sits 45 minutes east of Merritt, surrounded by the rolling grasslands that define this part of the British Columbia interior. During summer months, these fields come alive with grazing cattle, but in April, the landscape maintains an almost otherworldly quiet. The morning air bit at my cheeks as I stepped outside, my breath forming small clouds that dissipated quickly in the thin atmosphere. Dad was already loading the horses into the trailer, his movements efficient despite the early hour. Rex, our border collie mix, paced nervously around the vehicles, his usual enthusiasm replaced by an odd restlessness that should have served as our first warning. The dog kept looking toward the mountains with his ears pinned back, a behavior I had never witnessed before in all our years of cattle drives. "You ready for this, son?" Dad asked, though his voice carried an undertone I couldn't identify. He had been moving cattle through these mountains for over 20 years, and his experience showed in every deliberate action. Yet something in his demeanor suggested an unease that matched my own growing apprehension. The drive to our starting point took us along Highway 5, past familiar landmarks that looked somehow foreign in the gray pre-dawn light. The mountains loomed ahead of us, their peaks obscured by low-hanging clouds that seemed to press down with an almost physical weight. As we turned off the highway onto the access road, the pavement gave way to gravel, and then to the rough dirt track that would take us up into the higher elevations where the cattle would spend their summer months. I've always found something magical about these early morning hours. The way the first light creeps across the landscape, painting everything in soft pastels before the harsh reality of full daylight takes over. But that morning, the approaching dawn felt ominous rather than beautiful. The shadows seemed darker, more substantial, as if they were hiding secrets that daylight couldn't fully reveal. We reached the cattle gathering point just as the sky began to lighten from black to deep purple. The animals were already restless, their usual docile nature replaced by a skittishness that made them difficult to manage. Several times the entire herd would suddenly shift direction for no apparent reason, as if responding to some signal that Dad and I couldn't perceive. "They're acting strange today," I commented, watching as a dozen heads suddenly bolted toward the fence line before stopping just as abruptly. Dad nodded grimly. "Animals know things we don't," he replied, his eyes scanning the tree line with an intensity that made my stomach tighten. They can sense danger long before we even realize it's there. The words hung in the air like a physical presence as we began the slow process of moving the herd up the mountain. Rex continued his nervous pacing, occasionally letting out small whimpers that seemed to echo strangely in the thin air. Every few minutes, he would stop completely and stare into the forest with such focus that I found myself following his gaze, searching for whatever had captured his attention. As we climbed higher, the paved road deteriorated into the rough mountain track I knew so well. But even this familiar route felt alien that morning. The usual sounds of the forest, bird calls, rustling leaves, the distant sound of water flowing over rocks, were conspicuously absent. Instead, there was only the steady rhythm of hooves on packed earth and the occasional creak of leather as Dad shifted in his saddle. The silence pressed against us like a living thing, making every small sound seem amplified and threatening. When a pine cone fell from a tree and hit the ground nearby, both Dad and I jumped as if we had heard gunfire. Rex's ears would perk up at random intervals, responding to sounds that remained beyond our human perception. "How much further to the gate?" I asked, though I knew the answer. The question came from a need to break the oppressive quiet rather than any real uncertainty about our destination. "Another mile, maybe 2, Dad replied, but his voice was tight with a tension that hadn't been there an hour earlier. "We'll push them through to the grazing area and then head back. Should be an easy day." As the words left his mouth, a sound drifted through the trees that made my blood freeze in my veins. It was distant and indistinct, but unmistakably unnatural. Not quite animal, not quite human, but something that fell uncomfortably between the two. Rex immediately began growling, his hackles raised as he turned toward the source of the sound. The cattle responded instantly, clustering together in a tight group with their heads raised and nostrils flaring. Several of the older cows began making low, distressed sounds that I had never heard before. The horses grew increasingly difficult to control, fighting the reins and trying to turn back down the mountain. "Did you hear that?" I whispered, though the words seemed to carry farther than they should have in the still air. Dad's face had gone pale beneath his weathered tan. "Keep the cattle moving," he said quietly. "Don't look back. Don't stop. Just keep them moving forward." But as we continued up the mountain track, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was following us. Not watching from a distance, but actively tracking our progress through the forest. The sensation of being observed grew stronger with each step, until it became almost unbearable. The forest closed around us like a living trap as we pushed deeper into the mountain wilderness. What had started as a routine cattle drive was transforming into something far more sinister with each passing minute. The trees seemed to lean inward, creating a tunnel of shadows that swallowed the weak morning light and left us moving through a perpetual twilight. Rex's behavior had become increasingly erratic. The dog that usually ran alongside the cattle with boundless energy now stayed close to the horses, his body pressed low to the ground in a submissive posture I had never seen him adopt. Every few yards, he would stop completely and stare into the dense undergrowth to our left, away from the highway. His growls had become more frequent and more urgent, building to a crescendo before suddenly cutting off as if someone had thrown a switch. The silence that followed these growling episodes was what truly unnerved me. In all my years of working in these mountains, I had never experienced such complete absence of natural sound. There should have been dozens of bird species calling from the canopy above us. Squirrels should have been chattering and scampering through the branches. The forest should have been alive with the small sounds of countless creatures going about their daily routines. Instead, there was nothing. Nothing except the steady rhythm of hooves on packed earth and the occasional creak of saddle leather. Even our breathing seemed unnaturally loud in the oppressive stillness, as if the forest itself was holding its breath in anticipation of some terrible event. "Dad," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "What's wrong with the forest?" He didn't answer immediately, but I saw his hand move unconsciously to the rifle secured to his saddle. The gesture was subtle, but it sent a fresh wave of fear coursing through my system. In all our years of working together, I had never seen him display such obvious concern about our safety in these familiar woods. The cattle were becoming increasingly difficult to manage. Animals that normally moved docilely up the mountain were now constantly trying to turn back toward the highway. Several times the entire herd attempted to bolt as a unit, requiring Rex and both horses to work frantically to keep them moving in the right direction. Their eyes showed white around the edges, and many of them were producing the stressed vocalizations that cattle make when they sense immediate danger. As we climbed higher, the vegetation began to change. The mixed forest of pine and aspen gave way to denser stands of spruce and fir, their branches interlocking overhead to create an almost impenetrable canopy. The path narrowed considerably, forcing the cattle into a single-file line that stretched out behind us like a living chain. This formation made them even more vulnerable and increased their obvious anxiety. "There's the gate," Dad said, pointing ahead to where a wooden structure was barely visible through the trees. But his voice carried no relief, only a grim determination to complete the task at hand. The gate marked the boundary between the lower mountain slopes where we maintained some level of control and the vast wilderness area where the cattle would spend their summer months. Beyond this point, the animals would be largely on their own, free to roam across thousands of acres of mountain meadows and alpine forest. Under normal circumstances, this transition represented the successful completion of our work. But nothing about this morning qualified as normal circumstances. As we approached the gate, Rex suddenly began barking with an intensity that made my heart race. Not the playful bark he used during routine cattle work, but a series of sharp, urgent sounds that spoke of genuine alarm. He was staring fixedly at a point approximately 50 yards to our left, where the forest grew particularly dense. The cattle reacted immediately to the dog's distress. The entire herd bunched together in a tight cluster, facing outward like a defensive formation. Several of the bulls began pawing the ground and snorting, their massive heads swinging back and forth as they searched for the source of danger. The horses began prancing nervously, fighting against our attempts to keep them calm. "Easy, Rex," Dad commanded, but there was uncertainty in his voice. "What is it, boy?" The dog continued his frantic barking for another 30 seconds before suddenly falling silent. The abrupt cessation of sound was more frightening than the barking had been. Rex remained in his alert position, muscles tensed and ready to flee, but his vocalizations stopped as if someone had given him a command we couldn't hear. In the silence that followed, I became aware of a new sound. It was subtle at first, almost indistinguishable from the natural settling sounds of the forest. But as I focused my attention, it resolved into something that made my skin crawl with primal fear. It sounded like footsteps, but not quite human footsteps. The rhythm was wrong, the spacing irregular, and there was a quality to the sound that suggested something much larger and heavier than any person. The footsteps seemed to be moving parallel to our route, staying hidden in the dense forest but matching our pace exactly. Sometimes they would fall behind, forcing us to wonder if we had imagined them entirely. Then they would surge ahead, always staying just beyond the range of our vision but close enough to remind us of their presence. "Dad," I whispered, my voice tight with fear. "Something's following us." He nodded grimly. "I know. Just keep the cattle moving. We need to get through that gate and get them settled. Then we'll figure out what to do next." But even as he spoke, I could see the doubt in his eyes. This was his mountain, his territory, and he had never encountered anything like what we were experiencing. The confidence that came from decades of experience was being replaced by the kind of fear that comes from confronting the unknown. As we reached the gate, I dismounted to open it, my hands shaking as I worked the latch mechanism. The metal was cold against my palms, and I noticed that my fingers left visible moisture marks on the steel surface. My body was producing adrenaline at a rate that left me feeling simultaneously hyper-alert and nauseated. The cattle moved through the gate with obvious reluctance, constantly looking back over their shoulders as if expecting pursuit. Even after we had driven them a considerable distance beyond the boundary, they remained clustered together rather than spreading out to graze as they normally would. "There's the pond," Dad said, pointing to a small body of water that served as a natural resting point during the cattle drive. "We'll let them drink and catch our breath." But as we approached the familiar landmark, I realized that our troubles were far from over. In fact, they were just beginning. The pond sat in a natural clearing surrounded by towering spruce trees, their dark branches creating a cathedral-like space that normally felt peaceful and secure. But as our small convoy of cattle, horses, and humans entered this familiar sanctuary, the oppressive atmosphere that had been building throughout the morning reached a new level of intensity. The cattle immediately spread out around the water's edge, their heads dropping to drink with the desperate urgency of animals who sensed their time might be limited. But even as they satisfied their thirst, they remained alert, ears constantly moving and eyes darting toward the surrounding forest. Several of the older cows positioned themselves between the pond and the tree line, as if trying to shield the younger animals from some perceived threat. Dad and I dismounted near the center of the clearing, ostensibly to rest our horses and enjoy the spectacular view that opened up beyond the pond. From this elevation, we could see across the valley to the Cascade Mountain Range, with its snow-capped peaks gleaming in the morning sunlight. Closer to us, Stajama Mountain rose from the forest like a green sentinel, its slopes covered in the dense coniferous growth that characterized this region. But the beauty of the landscape was overshadowed by the growing sense that we were being observed. The feeling had intensified during our climb to the pond, evolving from a vague unease to a certainty that hostile eyes were tracking our every movement. Rex remained pressed against my legs, his usual enthusiasm for exploring new territory completely absent. "Look at that view," Dad said, but his words sounded forced, as if he was trying to convince himself that everything was normal. "Never gets old, does it?" I nodded, but my attention was focused on the tree line below us. The clearing was positioned on a natural terrace, with the forest floor dropping away sharply on three sides. From our vantage point, we could see down into the canopy for several hundred feet, watching the tops of the trees sway gently in the mountain breeze. That's when I saw it. At first, it was just a glimpse of movement in the shadows between the trees, roughly 500 feet below our position. My brain initially processed it as a large animal, a bear, perhaps, or an elk, moving through the underbrush. But as I focused my attention on the spot, what I saw made my mouth go dry with terror. The shape was moving upright, walking on two legs with a gait that was disturbingly human-like yet fundamentally wrong. It was too tall, too broad through the shoulders, and it moved with a fluid grace that no human could match in such difficult terrain. Even from this distance, I could tell that whatever I was looking at was massive, easily 7 feet tall or more. "Dad," I whispered, my voice barely audible even to myself. "Look down there, at about 2 o'clock from that dead snag." He followed my gaze, and I watched his face drain of color as he spotted the same figure that had captured my attention. For several seconds, we both stood frozen, trying to process what we were seeing. The creature, for lack of a better word, continued its methodical progress through the forest, apparently unaware that it was being observed. "Is that a person?" I asked, though my brain was already rejecting that possibility. Dad shook his head slowly. "No person I've ever seen," he replied, his voice tight with concern. "And no person should be in this area anyway. This is private land, posted against trespass." The implications of that statement hit me immediately. Just the week before, Dad and his crew had discovered evidence of illegal activity on the ranch. Tire tracks and equipment that suggested people were accessing the land without permission to engage in activities that could damage the grazing areas. The presence of an unauthorized individual in such a remote location raised the possibility that we were dealing with something much more dangerous than wildlife. "I'm going down there to check it out," Dad said, swinging back into his saddle. "You stay here with the cattle and make sure they don't scatter. "Dad, wait." I started to protest, but he was already spurring his horse toward the trail that led down into the forest. I watched him disappear into the trees, leaving me alone in the clearing with 30 head of increasingly agitated cattle and a dog that seemed to be on the verge of a complete nervous breakdown. The minutes stretched like hours as I waited for Dad's return. The cattle had finished drinking but showed no inclination to spread out and begin grazing. Instead, they remained clustered in a tight group near the center of the clearing, their attention focused on the tree line where Dad had disappeared. Rex had stopped whimpering but remained pressed against my legs, trembling with tension. The silence of the forest was now complete. Not even the whisper of wind through the branches disturbed the oppressive quiet. It was as if the entire mountain ecosystem had shut down, waiting for some terrible event to unfold. The normal sounds of life, insects buzzing, birds calling, small animals moving through the underbrush, had vanished entirely. When Dad finally reappeared, his face was white with shock and his hands were shaking as he guided his horse back up the slope. The confident rancher who had descended into the forest 20 minutes earlier had been replaced by a man who looked as if he had seen something that challenged his understanding of the natural world. "What did you find?" I called out as he approached, though part of me didn't want to hear the answer. He dismounted near where I was standing and looked around the clearing as if seeing it for the first time. When he spoke, his voice was barely above a whisper, as if he was afraid that speaking too loudly might attract unwanted attention. "Son," he said, his eyes meeting mine with an intensity that made my stomach clench. "That isn't a person." The words hung in the air between us like a physical presence. I felt my world tilt slightly, as if the ground beneath my feet had suddenly become unstable. Everything I thought I knew about these familiar mountains was being challenged by an encounter that defied rational explanation. "What do you mean?" I asked, though part of me was already beginning to understand. Before Dad could answer, a sound echoed through the forest that made both of us freeze in terror. It started as a low rumble, almost like distant thunder, but quickly escalated into something that sounded like a massive tree falling. The crash seemed to go on forever, accompanied by the sound of breaking branches and disturbed wildlife. But what followed the crash was even more disturbing. In the sudden silence that followed, we could hear something moving through the forest with deliberate purpose. Not the random movements of a falling tree settling into place, but the organized sounds of something large and powerful making its way through the dense underbrush. Rex began whimpering again, a sound that cut through me like a knife. The cattle moved even closer together, forming a defensive circle that spoke to instincts developed over thousands of years of evolution. And in that moment, I realized that we were no longer the dominant predators in this environment. We had become prey. The crash that echoed through the forest marked a turning point in our mountain ordeal. What had been an unsettling morning of strange sounds and eerie sensations suddenly transformed into something far more immediate and threatening. The deliberate sounds of movement that followed the crash left no doubt that whatever we were dealing with was actively aware of our presence and was taking steps to respond to it. "We need to leave," Dad said, his voice carrying the authority of someone who had made a command decision. "Right now. Get mounted and let's get these cattle moving." I swung back into my saddle with movements that felt clumsy and uncertain. My hands were shaking badly enough that it took 3 attempts to get my reins properly arranged, and I could feel cold sweat running down my back despite the cool mountain air. Rex leaped onto my horse behind the saddle, something he had never done before in all our years of working together. The cattle responded to our urgency with a level of cooperation that was almost supernatural. Animals that had been skittish and difficult to manage throughout the morning suddenly fell into formation as if they understood that their survival depended on following our lead. The entire herd moved as a single organism, flowing across the clearing toward the trail that would take us back toward civilization. But as we reached the edge of the clearing, I made the mistake of looking back toward the forest where Dad had made his disturbing discovery. What I saw made me question my own sanity and left me with images that would haunt my dreams for months to come. A massive pine tree, easily 4 feet in diameter and over 100 feet tall, lay stretched across the forest floor where it had been standing upright just minutes before. The tree appeared to have been pushed over rather than falling naturally, as evidenced by the way its root system had been torn from the earth in a pattern that defied explanation. Fresh earth still clung to the exposed roots, and several smaller trees had been crushed beneath its massive trunk. But what truly terrified me was the movement I could see in the shadows beyond the fallen giant. Dark shapes flitted between the standing trees with a speed and agility that seemed impossible for creatures of such apparent size. They moved in coordinated patterns, as if communicating with each other through some method beyond human understanding. "Don't look back," Dad commanded, but his own voice betrayed the fact that he too was stealing glances over his shoulder. "Just keep moving. We need to get to familiar ground." The trail leading away from the pond was narrow and winding, forcing us to move in single file with the cattle strung out in a long line behind us. This formation made us vulnerable and increased the animals' obvious anxiety. Several times, the entire herd tried to break into a run, requiring both horses and Rex to work frantically to maintain control. As we descended through the forest, the oppressive silence that had characterized the morning gave way to a different kind of quiet. This wasn't the absence of natural sound, but rather the hushed expectancy that precedes a storm. Even the rhythm of hooves on the packed earth seemed muffled, as if the forest itself was absorbing the sound of our passage. Rex's behavior had become increasingly frantic. The dog that usually ran alongside the cattle was now riding behind my saddle, pressed against my back with his entire body trembling. Every few minutes he would let out a small whimper and look back the way we had come, his ears flattened against his head in an expression of pure terror. "How much further to the gate?" I asked, though I was afraid to hear the answer. "Maybe half a mile," Dad replied, but his voice was tight with uncertainty. "The trail gets rougher from here, and there are several places where we'll be exposed if anything decides to follow us." As if summoned by his words, a sound drifted through the trees that made my blood freeze. It was similar to the noise we had heard earlier in the morning, but much closer and more distinct. The sound seemed to combine elements of different animals: the deep rumble of a large predator, the higher pitch of something in distress, and an underlying quality that was disturbingly human-like. The cattle reacted instantly, bunching together in a panic that threatened to turn into a full stampede. Several of the younger animals broke from the group and tried to run back up the mountain, forcing Dad to spur his horse after them while shouting commands that seemed to have little effect. "Stay with the main herd," he called to me as he disappeared into the trees in pursuit of the fleeing cattle. "Keep them moving toward the gate." Being left alone with the remaining animals in such circumstances was terrifying beyond description. The sounds from the forest were becoming more frequent and seemed to be coming from multiple directions simultaneously. Whatever was out there wasn't operating alone. There were at least two, possibly more, of these creatures coordinating their movements in ways that suggested intelligence far beyond what I had expected. Rex jumped down from behind my saddle and began herding the cattle with a desperation I had never seen in him before. The dog seemed to understand that our lives might depend on keeping the animals together and moving in the right direction. His usual playful approach to cattle work had been replaced by a grim efficiency that spoke to his recognition of the danger we faced. The minutes dragged by like hours as I waited for Dad's return. Every shadow between the trees seemed to hide potential threats, and every small sound, a branch creaking in the wind, a pine cone falling to the forest floor, sent fresh waves of adrenaline coursing through my system. My heart was beating so hard that I could feel it in my throat, and my hands had cramped from gripping the reins too tightly. When Dad finally reappeared with the missing cattle, his face was even paler than before. The confident rancher I had known all my life was being replaced by someone I didn't recognize, someone who had been forced to confront the reality that there were things in these mountains that fell outside his considerable experience and expertise. "We need to move faster," he said as he rejoined the main group. "I saw tracks down there that..." that don't match anything I've ever seen before. What kind of tracks? I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to hear the answer. Large, bipedal, but not human, he replied, his voice barely above a whisper. And fresh. Very fresh. As we continued down the mountain, I became aware that the sounds of pursuit were growing closer. The creatures, whatever they were, seemed to be pacing us, staying just out of sight but close enough to remind us of their presence. Sometimes the sounds would fall behind, giving us hope that we had outdistanced our pursuers. Then they would surge ahead, always staying just beyond the range of our vision but close enough to maintain the psychological pressure. The cattle were now in a constant state of near panic, requiring every bit of skill that Dad, Rex, and I possessed to keep them moving in the right direction. Several times, individual animals tried to break away from the group, forcing one of us to pursue them while the others struggled to maintain control of the main herd. As we rounded a bend in the trail, I saw something that made my heart leap with relief. There, maybe 200 yards ahead, was the gate that marked the boundary between the wilderness area and the more controlled environment of the lower mountain slopes. Beyond that gate lay the familiar territory of our ranch and the illusion of safety that came with known ground. But as we approached our destination, the sounds from the forest intensified dramatically. What had been occasional noises became a constant chorus of movement and communication that seemed to emanate from all directions simultaneously. Whatever was tracking us was closing in for what I could only assume would be some kind of confrontation. "Almost there," Dad said, but his voice carried more hope than confidence. "Just keep them moving." As we pushed the last of the cattle through the gate and secured it behind us, I thought our ordeal might finally be over. But as we would soon discover, our mysterious pursuers were far from finished with us. The relief I felt upon reaching the gate and securing it behind us proved to be short-lived. As we began the descent down the mountain path that would eventually lead us back to the ranch, it became increasingly clear that passing through the gate had not ended our encounter with whatever inhabited the deeper wilderness areas. If anything, our mysterious pursuers seemed to have become more active and more aggressive in their behavior. The trail leading down from the gate was one I had traveled countless times over the years. It wound through a mixed forest of aspen and pine, with occasional clearings that provided spectacular views of the valley below. Under normal circumstances, this portion of the journey home was one of my favorites, offering a chance to relax and enjoy the scenery after the hard work of moving cattle to their summer pasture. But nothing about this morning qualified as normal circumstances. The oppressive atmosphere that had characterized our climb into the mountains had followed us back down, creating a sense of impending doom that made even familiar landmarks seem foreign and threatening. The cattle remained clustered together in an unnatural formation, their usual tendency to spread out and graze completely suppressed by their obvious fear. Rex had resumed his position running alongside the horses, but his behavior remained far from normal. Every few minutes he would stop abruptly and stare back up the mountain, his hackles raised and his body tense with anticipation. The dog's distress was becoming increasingly difficult to ignore, particularly since his instincts had proven so reliable throughout the morning's events. "Look at that," Dad said suddenly, pulling his horse to a stop and pointing toward a large pine tree that stood beside the trail. I followed his gaze and felt my stomach drop as I saw what had captured his attention. The tree, which I remembered as unmarked during our passage earlier that morning, now bore a series of deep gashes that ran from roughly 7 feet above the ground down to about 4 feet from the base. The marks appeared fresh, with sap still seeping from the wounds in the bark. But what made these marks truly disturbing was their pattern and depth. They weren't random scratches left by a bear or other large animal. Instead, they formed a deliberate design that looked almost like some kind of primitive communication. 4 parallel lines ran vertically down the trunk, intersected by 2 horizontal lines that created a pattern resembling a crude grid or map. "Those weren't there this morning," I said, though the statement was unnecessary. Both Dad and I had excellent memories for trail conditions, and such obvious markings would never have escaped our notice during the upward journey. Dad dismounted and approached the tree for a closer examination. As he drew near, I could see his face growing increasingly pale as he took in the full extent of the damage. The gouges were deep enough to penetrate several inches into the heartwood, and they had been made with tremendous force. Whatever had created these marks possessed strength far beyond that of any normal forest animal. "Look at the spacing," he said, running his finger along the edge of one of the vertical marks. "These lines are about 6 inches apart, which would suggest fingers or claws of considerable size. But the depth and precision suggest tool use rather than natural weapons." The implications of his observation sent a fresh wave of fear coursing through my system. We were dealing with something that possessed not only size and strength, but also intelligence and the ability to manipulate its environment in deliberate ways. The marks on the tree weren't random damage. They were a message. As we remounted and continued down the trail, I found myself scanning every tree we passed for similar markings. The forest that had seemed so familiar just hours earlier now felt like enemy territory, full of potential threats and hidden dangers. Every shadow between the trees could conceal watching eyes, and every sound, no matter how innocent, seemed to carry sinister implications. The cattle sensed our growing anxiety and responded by becoming even more difficult to manage. Several times the entire herd tried to break into a run, forcing Rex to work frantically to keep them together. The animals' eyes showed white around the edges, and many of them were producing stress vocalizations that I had never heard before in all my years of ranch work. "There's another one," I called out, pointing to a second marked tree roughly 50 yards further down the trail. This tree bore a different pattern of marks, 3 vertical lines crossed by a single horizontal slash, all carved with the same precision and depth as the first set. The message, whatever it was intended to convey, was being reinforced through repetition and variation. As we continued our descent, we discovered that virtually every large tree along our route had been marked in some way. Some bore the simple grid pattern we had first observed. Others showed more complex designs that seemed to incorporate elements of primitive pictographs. All of the marks appeared fresh, created within the past few hours while we had been moving cattle in the higher elevations. "They're marking territory," Dad said grimly, letting us know that this area is under their control. The realization that we were traveling through territory that had been claimed by unknown creatures was deeply unsettling. These mountains had been in our family for 3 generations, and Dad had been working cattle through these trails for over 2 decades. The idea that something else considered this area to be their domain challenged our most basic assumptions about the natural order. As we approached a familiar fork in the trail, where one path led back toward the ranch, while the other continued up toward the higher peaks, Rex suddenly began barking with an intensity that made my heart race. His attention was focused on the path that led upward, and his body language suggested the presence of immediate danger. Following the dog's gaze, I saw movement in the shadows between the trees roughly 100 yards up the alternate trail. The shapes were indistinct but clearly large, and they were moving with the same coordinated precision we had observed earlier in the morning. Whatever these creatures were, they had positioned themselves to observe our passage and were making no effort to conceal their presence. "They're watching us," I whispered, my voice barely audible even to myself. Dad nodded grimly. "They've been watching us all morning. The question is what they plan to do about it." As if in response to his words, a sound echoed through the forest that made both of us freeze in terror. It was similar to the vocalizations we had heard earlier, but much closer and more intense. The sound seemed to combine the hunting call of a large predator with something that was disturbingly human-like in its intonation and phrasing. The cattle reacted immediately, clustering together in a defensive formation that spoke to instincts developed over millions of years of evolution. Several of the bulls began pawing the ground and snorting, their massive heads swinging back and forth as they searched for the source of the threat. But what happened next was even more disturbing than the sound itself. From somewhere up the mountain came an answering call, different in tone but clearly part of the same communication system. Then another, from a different direction entirely. Within seconds, the forest was filled with a chorus of these unnatural vocalizations, creating a symphony of sound that seemed to surround us completely. "There's more than one," Dad said, his voice tight with fear. "There's a whole group of them." The realization that we were outnumbered by creatures of unknown capabilities and intentions was terrifying beyond description. These mountains that I had considered my home territory were now revealed to be the domain of something far more dangerous than I had ever imagined. As the vocalizations faded into silence, we heard a new sound that made my blood run cold. Footsteps, heavy, deliberate, and definitely not human, were approaching through the forest from multiple directions. Whatever these creatures were, they were closing in on our position. "We need to get out of here," Dad said, spurring his horse toward the trail that led back to the ranch. "Right now." But as we began our desperate retreat, I couldn't shake the feeling that running away would only delay the inevitable. Whatever lived in these mountains had marked their territory, and we had trespassed in ways that demanded a response. The chase that followed would test our survival skills to their absolute limits. The decision to flee down the mountain trail seemed like our only option, but as we spurred our horses into a faster pace, it became clear that we were being herded rather than simply pursued. Every time we tried to take a direct route back toward the ranch, sounds would emerge from the forest ahead of us, forcing us to alter our course and take increasingly circuitous paths through terrain that was becoming less and less familiar. The cattle, responding to our obvious panic, had broken into the kind of desperate run that could injure animals and riders alike on such rough terrain. Rex was working frantically to keep the herd together, but even his exceptional skills were being tested by the chaos of our retreat. Several times, individual animals broke away from the group and had to be pursued through dense underbrush that tore at our clothes and scratched our faces. "They're driving us toward the upper trail," Dad shouted over the sound of hooves and heavy breathing. "We can't go back the way we came." The upper trail was a rough path that followed the ridgeline for several miles before descending toward the ranch through a series of switchbacks that were difficult to navigate under the best of circumstances. Taking that route would add hours to our journey and force us to travel through some of the most remote and exposed terrain in the entire area. But as sounds continued to emerge from the forest on both sides of our intended route, it became clear that we had no choice. Whatever was pursuing us had effectively cut off our escape routes and was forcing us to take the path that led deeper into their territory rather than toward the safety of civilization. The upper trail began with a steep climb that left our horses blowing hard within the first few hundred yards. The cattle were struggling even more, their sides heaving as they fought to maintain the pace we were demanding. Several of the older animals were beginning to show signs of exhaustion that could lead to collapse if we didn't slow down soon. "We have to rest them," I called to Dad, though the words felt like an admission of defeat. He nodded grimly and signaled for a halt near a small clearing that offered some visibility in all directions. The cattle immediately spread out and began the heavy breathing that indicated severe stress, while our horses stood with their heads hanging and their flanks covered in sweat. But our rest was interrupted by a sound that made every animal in our group tense with fear. From somewhere behind us came what sounded like a human scream, but distorted in ways that suggested it was being produced by vocal cords that were fundamentally different from our own. The sound rose and fell in patterns that seemed almost musical, but with an underlying quality that spoke to predatory intelligence. Rex began whimpering and pressed himself against my legs, his entire body trembling with terror. The cattle moved closer together, forming the kind of defensive circle that wild animals create when facing pack predators. Even our horses were showing signs of panic, fighting against the reins and trying to bolt in any direction that might lead away from the source of the sound. "What in God's name is that?" I whispered, my voice barely audible even to myself. Dad's face had gone white beneath his weathered tan. "I don't know," he replied, "but we can't stay here. We need to keep moving." As we resumed our desperate flight along the ridgeline, the sounds from behind us became more frequent and more varied. What had started as isolated vocalizations was evolving into a complex pattern of communication that seemed to involve multiple participants spread across a wide area. Whatever these creatures were, they were coordinating their movements with a level of sophistication that suggested intelligence far beyond what I had attributed to any wild animal. The trail along the ridge was narrow and exposed, offering spectacular views of the surrounding mountains, but also leaving us visible to anything that might be watching from the forested slopes below. Several times, I caught glimpses of movement in the trees that suggested we were being paralleled by creatures that could move through difficult terrain with surprising speed and agility. "There," Dad said suddenly, pointing toward a distant hillside where dark shapes were moving with obvious purpose. "Do you see them?" I followed his gaze and felt my mouth go dry as I spotted what appeared to be at least 3 large figures making their way up a slope that would have challenged experienced human climbers. The creatures moved with a fluid grace that seemed to ignore the difficulties of the terrain, covering ground at a rate that suggested they would be able to intercept our route within a matter of minutes. "How many are there?" I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to hear the answer. "More than I can count," Dad replied grimly. "And they're getting ahead of us." The realization that we were being systematically outmaneuvered by creatures of unknown capabilities was terrifying beyond description. These mountains that I had considered familiar territory were being revealed as the domain of something far more dangerous and intelligent than I had ever imagined. As we continued along the ridgeline, the vocalizations from our pursuers became almost constant. The sound seemed to be coming from all directions simultaneously, creating an acoustic environment that made it impossible to determine exactly where the various creatures were positioned. This psychological warfare was clearly having its intended effect. Both human and animal members of our group were showing signs of panic that threatened to compromise our ability to make rational decisions. "Listen," Dad said suddenly, holding up his hand for silence. In the distance, barely audible over the sound of wind through the trees, came the distinctive sound of a helicopter. The aircraft was still far away, but it was clearly approaching our general area with the kind of purposeful flight pattern that suggested an official mission rather than casual sightseeing. "Search and rescue?" I asked hopefully. Dad shook his head. "Wrong type of sound. That's military or maybe law enforcement, and it's coming from the direction of the deep wilderness, not from town." As the helicopter sound grew louder, the vocalizations from our pursuers suddenly stopped completely. The abrupt silence was more unnerving than the constant communication had been, suggesting that whatever was tracking us was capable of sophisticated responses to changing circumstances. Within minutes, the aircraft appeared over the horizon, a large, unmarked helicopter painted entirely in white. It was flying low and fast, following the valley floors with the kind of precision that suggested intimate familiarity with the terrain. As it passed overhead, I could see figures in the cockpit, but the aircraft showed no sign of having noticed our small group on the mountainside. "Where's it going?" I asked, watching as the helicopter disappeared over the next ridge. "Into the deep country," Dad replied. "The areas where nobody goes, the places where—" He paused, as if reluctant to finish the thought. "Where what?" "Where people have been reporting strange encounters for years. The places where experienced outdoorsmen refuse to go alone." As the sound of the helicopter faded into the distance, our pursuers resumed their vocalizations with renewed intensity. Whatever had caused them to fall silent during the aircraft's passage was no longer a concern, and their communication patterns suggested increased urgency and organization. "We need to get off this ridge," Dad said, spurring his horse toward a trail that led down into a wooded valley. "We're too exposed up here." But as we began our descent into the trees, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were walking into a trap. The creatures that had been pursuing us all morning had demonstrated intelligence and coordination that suggested they were capable of complex planning. Leading us away from open ground and into dense forest where visibility was limited seemed like exactly the kind of tactical decision they might make. As we entered the forest canopy, The oppressive silence returned with renewed intensity. But this time, it felt different. Not like the absence of sound, but like the calm before a storm. Whatever was going to happen next, I could sense that it was approaching rapidly, and I was terrified to find out what it would be. The autumn of 2019 arrived with an unseasonable warmth that extended well into October, giving me and my friend Garrett extra weeks to enjoy the outdoor activities that would soon be curtailed by winter weather. The events of that terrifying April morning had faded somewhat in my memory, reduced to the kind of half-remembered nightmare that seems less credible in daylight than it had in the moment of experience. Dad and I had never discussed in detail what we had encountered on the mountain that day. The official story was that we had seen evidence of trespassers and had taken the longer route home as a precautionary measure. But I could tell from the way his eyes would sometimes drift toward the mountain peaks during our daily work that the experience had left permanent marks on his psyche that no amount of time would completely erase. Garrett lived at our ranch with his family, occupying one of the smaller houses that accommodated seasonal workers and their dependents. At 15, he was 2 years younger than me, but possessed the kind of fearless enthusiasm for outdoor adventure that made him an ideal companion for exploring the vast wilderness that surrounded our property. The lake that bordered our ranch was a natural wonder that had provided entertainment and recreation for 3 generations of my family. Fed by mountain streams and spring runoff, it maintained a constant level throughout most of the year and supported a healthy population of fish that made it popular with local anglers. The shores were lined with a mixed forest of aspen and pine that provided excellent habitat for deer, elk, and the smaller animals that formed the foundation of the local ecosystem. Garrett and I had spent countless hours that summer building and improving a fort in the swampy woods that bordered the lake's eastern shore. The structure was nothing elaborate, just some salvaged lumber nailed together to create walls and a roof that would keep out most of the weather. But it represented a significant investment of time and effort, and it had become our primary hangout spot during the long summer afternoons. Access to the fort required crossing a small creek that flowed into the lake through a marshy area where the footing was uncertain and the water was often deeper than it appeared. Early in the summer, we had solved this problem by constructing a simple bridge using 4 wooden planks supported by rocks positioned at strategic points in the stream bed. The bridge had served us well throughout the summer months, supporting not only our own weight, but also that of the various supplies and materials we had transported to improve our fort. It was sturdy enough that we had never given any thought to its structural integrity or worried about its ability to continue serving our needs. But on that October afternoon when we approached the creek crossing, both Garrett and I stopped in shock at what we found. 2 of the 4 planks that formed our bridge had been snapped cleanly in half, leaving jagged ends that showed the bright, fresh color of recently broken wood. The breaks were not the result of gradual deterioration or normal wear. They showed the characteristics of sudden, violent failure under extreme stress. "What happened to our bridge?" Garrett asked, his voice reflecting the confusion I was feeling. I knelt beside the broken planks and examined them more closely. The wood was dry pine lumber that would normally require considerable force to break, especially given the dimensions of the planks we had used. But these breaks showed none of the splintering and tearing that would result from normal structural failure. Instead, they appeared to have been snapped with a single powerful application of force applied in exactly the right location to cause maximum damage. "Maybe a big animal stepped on it," I suggested, though my own words sounded unconvincing even to me. "What kind of animal would be heavy enough to break these boards?" Garrett replied. "And why would it step on the bridge instead of just wading through the creek?" The questions were valid, and they highlighted problems with the innocent explanation I was trying to convince myself to believe. The creek was shallow enough that any large animal could easily ford it without using our bridge, and the placement of the break suggested that whatever had caused the damage had deliberately targeted the bridge rather than accidentally encountering it. But I wasn't ready to confront the alternative explanations that were beginning to form in the back of my mind. The events of the previous spring felt like ancient history, and I had successfully convinced myself that they had been the result of overactive imagination combined with the kind of ordinary wildlife encounters that were common in such remote areas. "Probably just got overused," I said, forcing confidence into my voice that I didn't really feel. "We'll fix it later. Let's just jump across for now." We made our way across the creek using the remaining planks and a series of carefully placed hops that left us both slightly wet, but safely on the other side. The fort was exactly as we had left it the previous week. 4 walls of mismatched lumber surrounding a small interior space that contained a few pieces of salvaged furniture and some supplies we kept stored there for our various projects. We settled into our usual spots and began the kind of aimless conversation that filled our afternoons. Discussions of school, plans for upcoming hunting season, speculation about which girls might be interested in dating, and other topics that seemed incredibly important to teenagers but would seem trivial to adults. The fort provided a sense of privacy and independence that was hard to find elsewhere on the ranch. But our conversation was interrupted by a sound that made both of us freeze in sudden terror. It started as a rhythmic tapping, like someone knocking on wood with measured, deliberate strokes. The sound was coming from somewhere very close to our fort, possibly from one of the trees that formed the canopy overhead. "What's that?" Garrett whispered, his eyes wide with concern. I held up my hand for silence and focused my attention on the source of the sound. The tapping continued for perhaps 30 seconds, following a pattern that seemed almost like Morse code. 3 short taps, followed by 2 longer ones, then 3 short taps again. The rhythm was too regular to be natural, and the sound was too deliberate to be caused by any kind of random environmental factor. As the tapping continued, I felt the same sense of creeping dread that had characterized the morning encounter with Dad several months earlier. This wasn't the kind of innocent mystery that could be explained away with rational thought. This was something that demanded immediate action, preferably involving rapid movement away from our current location. "We need to leave," I said quietly, though I couldn't have explained the source of my certainty. "Right now." Garrett looked confused by my sudden change in mood, but something in my voice must have conveyed the seriousness of the situation. Without asking for further explanation, he began gathering up the personal items we had brought to the fort while I moved toward the opening that served as our door. The machinery yard that bordered the swampy woods was perhaps 100 yards from our fort, across an area of mixed forest and marshy ground that offered limited visibility but multiple routes of approach. The main shop building provided a clear view of the tree line, but reaching it would require crossing an open area where we would be exposed to observation from anyone or anything that might be watching from the woods. There was a gap in the barbed wire fence that surrounded the machinery yard, a small opening we had created earlier in the summer to provide easy access between our fort and the more civilized areas of the ranch. Reaching that gap had always been a simple matter of following a well-worn path through the forest. But suddenly the familiar route seemed fraught with danger. I whispered my plan to Garrett as quickly as possible, emphasizing the need for speed and stealth. We would leave the fort simultaneously, move through the forest in a crouched position to minimize our visibility, and make for the fence gap as quickly as possible without creating so much noise that we would attract attention. As we prepared to leave our sanctuary, the tapping sound stopped abruptly. The sudden silence was more frightening than the rhythmic noise had been, suggesting that whatever was making the sound had become aware of our presence and was changing its behavior accordingly. "Go," I whispered, and both of us burst from the fort at a dead run. But as I lifted my head to check our route toward the fence, I saw something that would haunt my nightmares for years to come. Standing in a small clearing, perhaps 25 feet directly ahead of us, was a creature that defied every assumption I had made about the natural world. The creature that stood before us in that small clearing was unlike anything I had ever seen or imagined. At first glance, it appeared almost human, but every detail of its appearance reinforced the terrible reality that this was something fundamentally alien to our world. The face that stared back at us with obvious intelligence was a grotesque parody of human features, as if someone had attempted to create a person from memory, but had gotten all the proportions wrong. Its eyes were the most disturbing feature, too large for the skull that contained them, positioned too high on the forehead, and spaced too far apart to create the symmetrical arrangement that characterizes human faces. But what made them truly terrifying was their color, a sickly green that seemed to glow with its own internal light, creating the impression that we were being observed by something that belonged more to the realm of nightmares than to the natural world. The nose was pointed and oversized, projecting from the face like the beak of some enormous bird of prey. Below it, the mouth was a slash of darkness, from which protruded a single yellowed tooth that curved downward like a fang. The entire facial structure was covered with patches of coarse dark hair that failed to conceal the gray-green skin beneath. But it was the smell that nearly overwhelmed me, a combination of copper and stale cigarettes that seemed to coat the inside of my nostrils and throat with every breath. The odor was so intense and so unnatural that it triggered an immediate gag reflex, making it difficult to focus on the need to escape from our predicament. The creature's body was massive, easily 7 feet tall, and built with the kind of muscular development that suggested enormous physical strength. Its limbs were covered with the same patchy dark fur that marked its face, but in the exposed areas, I could see skin that was scarred and wounded in ways that spoke to a life of violence and hardship. For several seconds, we stood frozen in a tableau of mutual observation. Two terrified teenagers facing something that challenged their understanding of reality, while the creature studied us with an intelligence that was clearly evaluating our potential as threats or prey. Time seemed suspended as both sides processed the implications of this unexpected encounter. Then the creature took a step forward, and the spell was broken. I turned and ran with a desperation that I had never experienced before, crashing through underbrush and leaping over obstacles with a recklessness that could easily have resulted in serious injury. Behind me, I could hear Garrett following, though his panicked screams of "Sasquatch" suggested that his mind was trying to process what we had seen by fitting it into familiar categories. But I knew that what we had encountered was not a Sasquatch or any other creature from folklore or legend. This was something far more disturbing, something that belonged in the space between known and unknown, challenging our most basic assumptions about what was possible in the natural world. The run back to the house seemed to take forever, though it probably covered less than half a mile of familiar ground. Every shadow between the trees seemed to hide potential threats, and every sound, no matter how innocent, triggered fresh waves of adrenaline that left me feeling nauseated and shaky. When we finally burst through the front door of the house, both of us were pale and trembling with the kind of shock that comes from confronting something that fundamentally challenges your understanding of reality. Garrett immediately began trying to call his parents, but his hands were shaking so badly that he couldn't operate his phone properly. "What did we just see?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "I don't know," I replied, though part of me suspected that I knew exactly what we had encountered. The creature in the clearing bore an unmistakable resemblance to the figures Dad and I had glimpsed on the mountain months earlier. The same impossible height, the same mixture of human and animal characteristics, the same sense of intelligence that was both familiar and utterly alien. As we sat in the living room trying to process what had happened, I became aware of movement outside the house. Through the front windows, I could see across the yard to the grassy hills that rose beyond our property line. As I watched, a massive figure appeared on the skyline, moving with the kind of fluid speed that seemed to defy the laws of physics. "There," I said, pointing toward the distant hillside. "Do you see it?" Garrett followed my gaze, and his face went white as he spotted the same figure that had captured my attention. Even at a distance of perhaps half a mile, the creature's size was apparent. It moved across the landscape with enormous strides, covering ground at a rate that would have been impossible for any human being. "How can something that big move so fast?" Garrett whispered. I had no answer for his question. Everything about what we were witnessing defied rational explanation and challenged our understanding of what was physically possible. The creature disappeared over the hill within seconds, leaving us with nothing but the memory of its impossible speed and size. That night, both Garrett and I stayed awake in the living room, too frightened to risk sleeping in separate rooms. We played video games and watched television, desperately trying to maintain some sense of normalcy in the face of experiences that had shattered our assumptions about the world we lived in. When my parents and brother returned from their evening activities around 9:30, they immediately sensed that something was wrong, but neither Garrett nor I felt capable of explaining what we had encountered. How do you tell responsible adults that you've seen something that shouldn't exist? How do you describe an experience that sounds like the product of overactive imagination or adolescent hysteria? We retreated to my bedroom, where the familiar surroundings provided some illusion of safety and security. But even there, surrounded by the possessions and memories of a normal teenage life, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched by something that existed outside the boundaries of normal experience. At approximately 2 a.m., Garrett shook me awake from the light doze I had finally managed to achieve. His face was white with terror, and his finger was pressed to his lips in a gesture demanding absolute silence. As I became fully alert, I heard what had woken him: a soft, rhythmic tapping on my bedroom window. The sound was identical to what we had heard at the fort earlier that day, measured, deliberate taps that followed a pattern suggesting intelligence and purpose. But hearing it here, at my bedroom window in the middle of the night, transformed it from mysterious to absolutely terrifying. We sat frozen on my bed, afraid to move or speak or even breathe too loudly. The tapping continued for perhaps 2 minutes, following the same pattern we had heard earlier. 3 short taps, 2 long ones, then 3 short taps again. It was like some kind of code, a form of communication that we couldn't understand, but that clearly carried meaning for whatever was producing it. Then the tapping stopped, and we heard the sound of my fence creaking under some tremendous weight. The metal posts and wire that formed our property boundary were designed to contain livestock, not to support the weight of something that could make them groan and complain, as if they were being tested to their breaking point. A loud snap echoed through the night air, followed by the sound of something heavy hitting the ground. Whatever had been putting pressure on our fence had finally exceeded its structural limits and had caused some component of the system to fail catastrophically. We remained frozen on the bed for another hour, listening for any additional sounds that might indicate continued presence of whatever had visited us. But gradually, the normal sounds of night returned. The distant hoot of an owl, the rustle of wind through leaves, the small movements of nocturnal animals going about their business. When morning finally arrived, I crept outside to assess the damage to our property. The fence showed clear evidence of having been subjected to enormous pressure. Several posts were bent out of alignment, and one section of wire had been snapped completely. My hockey stick, which had been leaning against the fence, was broken in half and lay scattered across the yard. The road hockey ball that had been nearby was completely flattened, as if it had been stepped on by something weighing hundreds of pounds. Across the road, I could see our neighbors loading their daughters into their car with the kind of urgency that suggested they too had experienced something disturbing during the night. The girls appeared to be in a state of hysteria, crying and clinging to their parents in ways that spoke to genuine terror rather than ordinary childhood upset. I wanted to approach them and ask what they had seen, but some instinct warned me that drawing attention to the previous night's events might not be wise. Whatever had visited our property had demonstrated intelligence and purpose that suggested it was capable of much more than simple vandalism or mischief. That incident marked the end of our encounters with the creatures that inhabited the deeper wilderness areas surrounding our ranch. In the weeks and months that followed, life returned to something approaching normal routine. But I never again felt completely secure when working or playing in the forested areas of our property. The events of that spring and autumn had revealed the existence of something that challenged every assumption I had made about the natural world. Somewhere in the vast wilderness that surrounded our ranch, creatures existed that combined human intelligence with physical capabilities that defied explanation. They had demonstrated awareness of our presence, the ability to communicate with each other across considerable distances, and the capacity for behavior that suggested complex planning and coordination. Most disturbing of all, they had shown that they were capable of venturing beyond their wilderness territory to investigate and interact with human settlements. The visit to our house in the middle of the night had been a deliberate act of reconnaissance, a gathering of information about our capabilities and vulnerabilities. I have never spoken publicly about these experiences until now, partly because I knew that few people would believe such an account, and partly because I wasn't sure I wanted to attract the attention of whatever agencies might be interested in such reports. The unmarked helicopter we had seen on the mountain suggested that someone in authority was already aware of the situation and was taking steps to monitor or control it. But as I have grown older and gained perspective on these events, I have come to believe that there are things in our world that exist beyond the boundaries of conventional knowledge. The creatures we encountered were not supernatural or mythological. They were flesh and blood entities that had found ways to survive and thrive in environments that most humans never penetrate. They may still be out there, in the deep wilderness areas where few people venture and fewer still return to tell their stories. And sometimes late at night when the wind is blowing through the trees and the shadows are deep and dark, I wonder if they remember us as clearly as we remember them. The thought that we might one day meet again fills me with a terror that time has done nothing to diminish.